I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning, keeps on. It just keeps on burning, keeps on. It just keeps on burning, keeps on. It just keeps on burning. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Just take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time.
Oh my god, Bretton's just dead. What?
Dark Knight will get that shot in. He has one more shot, he takes out the Undertaker. Now it is impossible for the E100 to win.
And the Matildas do one better, and it does look like they will be the champions of Season 3. Matildas will take it.
There's the pummel party about to come out.
Yep, and Knight's the first point of focus, and Knight, oh my god, he's just been deleted.
I don't think he can hit the I-7 without the I-7 hitting him yet.
Oh, he can, he's
insane.
actually insane.
Unreasonable shot from Napalmer, but can he get the reload off? Can he survive? Does he know where Dell is? And does YMO miss? No is the answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World of Tanks ANZ Premier League Season 5 LAN Grand Final Day. It's me, your boy Mac. I'm here in the Alienware Arena with two handsome individuals who both have very beautiful moustaches right now. We got Selfish Guy, we got Cthulhu over there as well, who's flown his way all the way from New Zealand for this tremendous occasion. Oh, and I can't wait to get into the fun. Boys, how you feeling?
Look, honestly, quite excited finally to be here. Look, I unfortunately missed out on Season 4 finals, but finally here, and I mean, look, this season has been better than ever, honestly.
Yeah, keen. Look, I've been growing the mustache just for this one, Max, so I'm ready to get it on the show and ready to go.
Look, I'm so proud of both of you, but I'm so proud of
you.
everyone that's actually come down. We got a LAN, we got plenty of people in the crowd, and we've got, look, 2 games to play. Not just the grand final, but we also have a show match, which is going to be a bunch of fun. Look, but before we jump on into that, of course, every ticket that is sold today not only gets you a nice little bar tab from 8:30 if you're down here,
Pretty
but
good.
also every dollar is going to go towards Movember. It's going to go towards the fundraiser that Jordan and I have been doing, and Cthulhu pretty much taking part now as well, rocking the Mo. Also, a couple of individuals, a couple of players with the Mos, and we have a big flag here too. You know, big props which we've managed to bring around. Doing it all for Movember, supporting the good
Maybe it's
cause.
better if you just hold that up for the rest of the show.
Well, I can for the moment. While we're talking about it, I think it's it's fair. Does the show look better with this?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I think it's better.
But yeah, of course, doing it for a good cause. You know, suicide prevention, mental health awareness. It's not weak to speak. You know, there's all the slogans, but of course, it's all for a good cause.
Yep.
And then there's some donation goals as well. If we somehow get to $8,000. I'm going bald. Jordan's going bald too. That's a little while away.
Much to my regret.
Good luck. I guess
that
we'll
does
see if we
happen.
get there. We'll see if we get there. But of course, look, that's your beautiful trophy that the winning team is going to be taking home for Season 5. Oh, I hope they're taking it home. If not, look, I'm going to get in trouble. But at the same time, it's going to be a fun day, a fun evening. What's the time now? It's like 6:30, isn't it?
7 o'clock.
Almost 7.
7 o'clock.
Where does the day go? And we still got a few more things to get through as well before we get into the brass of things. So look, let's have a quick look at the fantasy team of the season. The 7 best players that have performed and gotten, well, a lot of people points. I think, Jordan, you're still up there on the fantasy league, aren't you?
5th at the moment. Hoping that is going to be improved today, but I guess that kind of depends on the result of the grand final. But look, as far as these 7 players are concerned, I think obviously you look towards Rainbow Return, JT, Aussie, and that is a bit of a no-brainer. It makes a lot of sense. Those are 4 players that have made it all the way through to the grand final, and you'd sort of be remiss to have a team of the season without players that have made it all the way through to the grand final. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't got any Action X players in here. Obviously, they were kind of the next best thing behind Sentinels and Scorpions. But I think they're kind of a team that does it a little bit more by committee rather than just having one player kind of carrying the team or having big individual performances over and over again. So it is a little bit of a surprise maybe to see 3 Matildas members because that was the team that came last this season. But by and large, obviously, a lot of good individual performances from those guys. I guess the only issue for them was that as far as those individual performances were concerned, they were not translated into wins. So sometimes, you know, it's nice to be performing well on your own, but if it doesn't convert into a win, then maybe it doesn't matter.
I think this is one of those things, right, where it's like teamwork makes the dream work, but teamwork doesn't get you on the bloody fantasy team of the year. So, look, it's everyone doing individual performances, getting up here, you know, doing a lot of the carrying consistently throughout the season, and that's why they've deserved these positions. Cthulhu, anything you want to touch on here? Anything to add?
Yeah, look, I will probably just for the most of it just echo Jordan's statement for the most of it, really. It's good to see that we've seen a very sort of consistent performance from the 2 representatives from both Scorpions and Sentinels. Look, I believe, I think out of Action X, I think Dongalord was starting to slowly get to the top parts of the MVP leaderboard. Unfortunately, in terms of just the overall performance, didn't really pop up as much as one would have wanted. But look, it was getting there. Let's just call it that.
It certainly was. Now, look, we've had a long season so far, and the playoffs as well were extremely interesting. We're still technically in them because we've got one game remaining. But look, we can also have a quick look back at the bracket and see what story has been written through the playoffs. Of course, those earlier games, there was almost a couple of upsets going through there, but didn't end up managing to work there for Adelaide Action X.
Yeah, look, I think for Action X, they were very much the expected team to go through from that lower bracket final. Obviously, great run from Comets to even make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think we have to give them credit for that, but Action X, a far more experienced team, and certainly a team that was a little bit more in form going into that lower bracket final. So not a huge surprise to see them go through to the consolidation final. I think, to be honest, Cthulhu, most eyes were really turned toward the upper bracket final, and it was a bit of a question. Was it going to be Scorpions? Was it going to be Sentinels? Would it be close, or would it be quite a one-sided matchup? And ultimately, it was Sentinels that did go straight through to that grand final, Scorpions into the consolidation final, which I suppose, again, was kind of the expected result in a way. Traditionally, that has been a matchup that has favored Sentinels.
Yeah, it did kind of favor the Sentinels quite a fair bit, although, I think within the context of this season, Scorpions were definitely catching up pretty quickly towards Sentinels, and at least in my eyes, when the upper bracket final was happening, Scorpions definitely looked like they could be that team to really push. I mean, even the very beginning of that matchup definitely looked like they were pushing Sentinels until, well, they didn't.
It's one of those things, right, where in that upper bracket final, they played, was it best of 7?
Yep.
Best of 7, but now we got a best of 9 for the grand final as well.
Yeah.
So, couple extra maps in there. I wonder if that's going to change the fate of both these teams.
I don't know if it's necessarily going to be so much the fact that we're playing a couple of extra maps, although this will be the first final that we do actually play a best of 9 in the ANZPL, so there is that to think about. But what's actually interesting to me, obviously, is this is a rematch of the Season 4 final. So Sentinels, going into that Season 4 final, we were talking about them having a lot of experience, right? They'd played on the land stage before. Scorpions were kind of the new blood coming onto the stage. That's not necessarily the case anymore. You've got that core 3 coming through from the Scorpions last season. They're going to be playing on stage again. There is that experience element. And to be honest, I actually think Scorpions have had a better season this season than they had last season coming into the final. So if there was going to be a win from Scorpions in one of the 2 seasons, and it's easy to say, obviously, considering we know they haven't won the last season, I think it would have been this season. So we'll have to wait and see how that does go. But basically, my TLDR is I think they have a better chance this season than what they did last season.
Okay, well, look, let's jump on into the schedule, of course. We have a few things today. It's not just the grand final. We have a show match. And that show match is going to be between Team Cringe and Team Cool. Now, we'll get into those teams shortly. You can let your mind wander as who is on Team Cringe and who is actually on Team Cool. But of course, that's going to be happening at 7:30, so look, in about 20 minutes or so. And then at 9 p.m., we have the Sentinels, we have the Scorpions, and they're going to be going head-to-head in that best of 9 we were just talking about for the grand final, for that big trophy on stage, and for all the glory, Cthulhu.
Exactly. Yeah, look, I'm quite excited for both of these matchups because, look, I'm going to be honest that I've been teased with a couple of setups. This is for our show match, and there's definitely some very interesting setups that are being cooked up that I'm quite excited for. And then, yeah, obviously the Sentinels versus Scorpions. I think this one is bound to be basically neck and neck.
Okay. I know that at least Kevin Karathazu is going to be on one of those teams, and I haven't got to see him play live playing some World of Tanks. So I want to see what he is going to be capable of. I see him all warming up behind us. Of course, you guys can see him warming up behind us as well. Down here in the arena. Everyone's having a damn good time. But of course, that's a schedule. That's going to be coming up shortly. We've still got about 20 minutes before then. But we can also have a look at our predictions and how we think these games are going to go. Now, we, of course, have seen the lineups for both Team Cool and Team Cringe. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Prediction-wise, I think I went with Team Cool and Sentinels. What did you go?
Well, I'm pretty sure I went with Team Cringe and the Sentinels. Now,
okay.
I can't really go past Team Cringe. I really like Karath, actually. I'm a good friend of his, so I don't really want to dog my boy, so I've decided to predict for him, which may be a mistake. We'll have to see whether or not I'm going to be proven correct or not later on down the track. But Look, I actually kind of rate Karath as a player. I think he's fantastic. I think he's got a lot of skills. He's a really versatile player. So I think he's going to be a good in-game leader as well. So that's why I've gone for Team Cringe in this matchup. And I also think that Karath is pretty cringe. So it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, I was just having a look there as well. So audience production, myself and Blue Panda are all tied on 24 points. And I think every single one of us have different predictions. Like everyone's got a different combination of the two games.
Oh, that's actually good.
Yeah, one of these 4 people is going to come out on top because every base is covered essentially for these predictions. So that's going to be interesting. We'll have a clear prediction winner at the end of the day. And I guess we'll see if that happens sooner or later. I guess whoever loses in the show match is going to be that one step behind, and then it's going to be a 2-horse race.
Yes. Now, look, I'm very much keen for both of these teams. I may have gone for Team Cringe as well, purely for the fact that, I mean, you look on one side, you have a player that already managed to make it as part of the Team of the Week for the Fantasy, and the other team doesn't. So who's the winner here?
Look, I need to ask. You are believing in the underdogs. You're going for the Scorpions.
Yeah.
I want you to justify that for me.
Justify that. Look, I mean, on one side, it's just purely the fact that it is the underdog story. I mean, we already have Sentinels who's been part of quite a fair few winnings, quite a part of the fair few.
3.
3 of them, as a matter of fact. Whereas Scorpions were gradually getting closer and closer to getting that win. Look, I mean, you look at Season 4, they managed to, well, nearly get there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they didn't end up wrapping it up with a nice dub. This one, like throughout the whole season, they've been looking very, very sort of clinical. I mean, with the introduction of Benny on a much more consistent basis, now it genuinely look like a 6-man roster that they can interchange very, very fluently and on a very quick basis. So I think that Season 5 Scorpions just genuinely feel like a well-rounded, very, very well-prepared for LAN lineup.
Okay, now talk to me about the meta. Is anything shifting? Are we expecting to see anything super crazy? I know we're going to see something crazy in the show match, but for the grand final, you know, tank-wise, are we just going to see the standard sort of setups? Or do you think it's going to shift because we get to see some more maps coming through?
We could see a few sort of out-of-pocket sort of picks, but generally speaking, comparative to between Season 4 and Season 5, the biggest sort of change that we did see throughout the whole season is the introduction of the French heavy tank, the AMX M454, that sort of ended up falling into a very odd niche between sort of something like a IS-7, which is a very high mobility tank, but doesn't really have a whole lot of damage behind it, and something like maybe a Super Conqueror, which is a much slower tank rather, but has a really good amount of damage. And M454 filled that niche sort of in between, where you need to a little bit of both worlds, and you can't really make a compromise out of that. So that being sort of the biggest one. Apart from that, I think we've seen way less of the light tank action, where it was the mediums that actually ended up replacing a whole lot of it. Where you look at something like a Batchat 25, you look at the CS the CS picks as well, which basically made light tanks redundant, because the medium tanks, whilst they also have the camo, they have the mobility, they also have the damage behind them, which has been a very crucial bit in terms of just having the flank maneuvers, the flank damage, and sort of staying consistently within the battle.
Look, there's the big man. Kevin Karathazu on the end, leader of Team Cringe. He really wants that trophy. Unfortunately, that's not what they're playing for in the show match. But look, speaking of the show match, we can start to move the conversation that direction. I think it's a good time to talk about the lineups. And you both have predicted for Team Cringe. You want to tell me why?
Well, look, like I said, I think obviously I back Karath. I think he's going to be the kind of player that can lead his team to victory. I've played a couple of games of Water Tanks with him, and he's never led me astray, except for that one game where we both played Object 140, and he told me to drive in a certain spot, and then we both got farmed. So that didn't work out very well for us. But I do actually kind of like the roster that he's put together here. I think actually Karath and Dark, they get along pretty well. I know they're good buddies, so I'm expecting a bit of synergy there from them. I know Whippet's a bit of a damage farmer sometimes at the detriment of his team, but I'm hoping that at least in a show match kind of a style, it's probably going to help out, because you do need someone to be picking up the damage. And at least as far as Ravi is concerned, I know he's a pretty smart fella, so maybe he'll kind of come in with the co-IGL there alongside Karath. To be honest, I do hope Karath is in-game leading. Like, I hope he's calling the strats because I think that's going to be just a little bit more fun.
It's one of those things where Ravi had this season off, right? So he's coming in as like a super sub for the show match. Whippet as well, of course. Look, he's got one of the best smiles I've seen out of all these players. Always super happy. Look at it, big grin. That's just going to be good for the mental for sure. Now, look, let's talk about Team Cool. You know, I've gone for Team Cool because I'm a cool guy. They're all cool guys. I feel like it just kind of works, right? Like, now, who am I looking at to do a lot of the damage? I know CJ's pretty damn strong at the game. I know Saxon was pumping some damage, pumping some numbers in a couple of the games over the last couple of weeks. What about Dastardly? He's a bit of a
Look, he's a gamer.
Scary one.
He is in fact a gamer. Given that, look, he was part of Panthers, and he was one of the few people that was able to get out some rather more outrageous plays whilst still keeping up with the damage. So you look at Panthers, he would generally be the person to, for example, man something like a mouse or just any other sort of out of meta heavy tanks, really. And I mean, you have the introduction of Napalmer as well, who's able to get some really solid memes. Yeah,
he's got the stream up.
He's got the stream up. Got to support everything.
What about competitive integrity? Get that away.
Competitive integrity.
It's on a delay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Where's the admins, huh? Steal his phone, quick. Look, either way, this is going to be a fun one. And look, we can talk about their path to getting here as well. Of course, it's been a long, hard road to get to Melbourne.
For some of us more than others, I'll just say.
That's true. Jordan almost didn't make it. We would have had Karath casting with us. Yeah, but we didn't. He gets to play. He gets to do his thing up on the stage instead. But look, here's the path to victory for Team Cool. Jordan, you want to tell us about this miraculous story?
Well, apparently they're based. They will win by their sheer cool factor and presence alone, which I'm not sure I necessarily agree with.
The cool way to say that is based.
Based.
Yep.
Okay, they're based. Yep. Matt was voted the unanimous Chad of World of Tanks ANZ for 2022. I didn't vote for him, though, so I don't know where that statistic is coming from. I personally voted for Karath. And they have the team members that can call and lead the team to victory, which I will kind of agree with. I think there's a lot of experience on that roster.
That is true.
A couple of IGLs I know in there as well. So that one I will at least agree with. So we'll have to sort of see how this one plays out for Team Cool. Like I said, I voted for Team Cringe. I predicted for Team Cringe. So I can't really comment too much further on that one.
Well, what about you, Cthulhu? You want to take us through the path to victory, path to the show match for Team Cringe?
Yeah, look, apparently, allegedly, Team Cringe is, in fact, cringe, and nobody likes them, especially the Karath guy. That's
kind of mean.
That's a bit mean. Yeah, look, I've got to say, a bit of a violation there. But Takeaway Margarita is definitely something that I think it's an acquired taste.
It's that guy.
And it's that guy. But look. Why would you want to be cringe when you can be cool instead? Look, it's a fair statement, but look, I think the loser of this very match will basically get to call, or to be called rather, cringe. So maybe by the end of today, we'll get those two teams to swap names, actually.
And also, there's bragging rights on the line.
Indeed.
And there's going to be a lot of time for bragging because we've got a lot of games. And look, this one, it's a best of 7. And the map pool is a little bit off the, usual path. It's kind of out of the usual map pool. I believe we've got, what is it first? We've got Lakeville.
Lake and then Ville.
Lake and then Ville.
Yeah.
Two different ones. So the first half's going to be Lake, second half's going to be Ville. Manor and then Heim and then Lion.
Yep.
As map 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
And then, what is going on here? So there you go. So Team Cool have gone with Lakeville first. Bringing up map number 2, you got Mannerheim Line, which isn't 3 maps. That was a really cool joke. And then Ruinberg for map 3.
I think it's Ruin and then Berg.
Yeah, true. And then we have Stepes.
Oh, Dastardly's got some strats.
Oh, he's got a full strat book.
Yeah, the strat book. Oh.
I'm actually surprised that they've rocked up to a show match with strats. To be honest, I do find that a little bit cringe, actually. So maybe they should be... Oh! That was a good-looking picture of Napalm. I wonder if we can go back and see that again.
Surely.
Yeah, go back. Oh. Is that Napalm photoshopped on MacMate's body?
Oh. Maybe.
Perhaps.
Look, all I'll say is, as far as the map pool is concerned, you got Lakeville and Mannerheim Line, 2 maps that we've not really seen in the competitive environment before, at least in the 5v5s. So it'll be kind of interesting to sort of see how they play out.
Yep.
Obviously, we've got nothing to go off. We have no real idea of how they're gonna go. And hey, maybe this is a bit of a taste test of what could potentially happen sometime down the track. if people really like this map for some reason, who knows? Maybe we change the map pool for ANZPL. Bit of a teaser, we'll see. The other two maps, Ruhlberg and Steps, they have actually previously been in the map pool, so there is actually kind of a precedent set, and a lot of these players would have played those maps before in the 5v5 format. So once we get towards the back end of the map pool, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a better idea as to how to play those maps out. The only issue, of course, is, Mac, that we're not necessarily playing standard games here, right? There's going to be some weird, different kinds of rule sets and such. So it may not be a great representation even of what we're expecting to see, to be honest.
What do you think Kev's going to play? Have you had a chance to look at Kev's setup?
I didn't actually manage to get that checked. Honestly, I've attempted to sneak my way onto the stage, but I've been met with absolute ferocious force.
Do you need some help?
Look, I may need some backup later down the line. But all things considered, I think we could see some very unusual tank picks to be brought out. Namely, I think the mediums could really be brought out.
Okay.
Well, as far as I understand,
there's rules, right?
There is, yeah. So those first two games, the first two maps, game 1 and 2, there's no heavy tanks allowed.
They're forfeited. I've won my prediction. This is gold. Well, I think they're having a team meeting somewhere.
Maybe the first time you've ever won a prediction, actually.
Maybe. I'm trying to find them. By the way, look, my team's there. They have a strat book, and they have 5 players at the computers. So looks like, got a little bit of sound coming through. Maybe, just maybe, we are getting pretty close to the show match. Not quite yet, so still a little bit more time to fill. We are actually looking for a team. So if anyone wants to play, put your hand up, or go and find the 5 players that are supposed to be up on the stage. Looks like they're coming back now. Kev's leading them back, just went and had a little motivational speech to them, of course, to,
Wonder what was the speech?
He's got the laptop.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not a laptop.
No, that's their strat book.
That is their strat book.
Oh, yeah?
I left it in the car. What's your strats? Show us your strats.
Oh, yes.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure that that's the strat you want to be going for, actually. Because I think that would involve losing.
Yeah. I think you got the wrong strat book.
So actually, I mean, obviously those first 2 games, no heavy tanks allowed. That's kind of interesting, something to sort of talk to. And then following on from that, game 3 and 4, no top 8 meta tanks in Pro League allowed. So no Super Conk, no M454, IS7, IS4, CS63, 50B, Bat Chat, or E100. All those tanks are gone for games 3 and 4, which quite severely restricts what you're going to be able to play, to be honest. So I'm quite interested to see what that is going to bring to the table.
That's where all the juice will be coming out, honestly.
You want to?
Yeah. Oh, look, I mean, look, we could go towards...
Kind of juice, huh?
What kind of juice? Yeah, look, we could go towards the the double barrel ST2.
Could.
Which could be quite good fun. We could go into something like even the Sheridan line in terms of the scouting. Introduce the big chunky American tank. We could look at even a couple of the Swedish line. I mean, the UDES technically could be counting in as the bit of a sporting tank.
Okay.
Maybe a couple of the Russian mediums as well. I know they don't go too bad.
The K91.
Yeah, I think also some of the Chinese heavy tanks. We don't get to see them too much in 5v5, but they have in the past been fairly meta in previous like years ago. So maybe like once the top sort of picks are taken out of the picture, maybe the 5As get brought back, something like that.
Maybe a cheeky 113.
Yeah, I don't know if can they pick like, let's say, what if they could pick an FE2 on 5B?
Artie.
Is that playable? Is that allowed? As a replacement for a Super Conk?
Give me
I could get behind that.
The Artie. This is the map for it. Look, just sitting back and just plonk them over towards the city there. Either way, we've got Lakeville for map 1 of the day, map 1 of the show match, and map 1. And maybe we're never going to see Lakeville again. But I guess we will see. Takes away.
We will hope to see Lakeville again, I think. It's a pretty looking map, isn't it? I do like the aesthetics of it, at the very least. But how is it going to play? That's the question I am now trying to answer. Well, as you can see, no heavy tanks. We've got a lot of tank destroyers, an Artie or 2, and even some mediums as well. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least.
I actually rate the setup for Team Cool. The 1-2-1, the 2 E50Ms, they could actually, Dastardly and Maticus could actually lead the charge very, very nicely here and as well as that, the 2 objects for some ability. So that is a very agile lineup that Team Cool is bringing in. Whereas Team Cringe, look, whoever gets into their line of sight will basically get deleted.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I think as soon as you bring an Artie into a 5v5 format, you're probably shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. So,
you say that.
well, yeah, I definitely do say that. He's got 450 HP. He's going to get one shot by pretty much everyone.
Yeah, but then you look at this is Lakeville, where right now CJ is going. Basically, the moment he gets spotted, the Artie will be able to basically dunk on him on the regular. The only problem is, yeah, basically the moment any other spot within the map does get taken, poor Karath will get bonked.
Don't you think, though, if they start trying to push into that 1-2-1, you're just going to see Team Cool pushing their way onto the 2 flag?
That's true. That's true. Well, it seems like that might just be the case, as CJ got himself a little bit of that extra information and then decided to back off. There's this spotting notification as well. So, oh, yeah, look, if that would have penned, that would have been a really bad day for CJ.
Yeah, but it hasn't. So now you have to look at that Artie and think, where's the value? Where is the value here for Karath? Because if you're not going to hit that first shot, now your position is known. It's a little bit easier to play around for the attacking team.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
And they're on the move.
They are, in fact, on the move. Yeah, Karath is starting to make his move to get out of that position. But right now, if basically if Team Cool are going to try to go play for the cap, things could get a little bit problematic, but it is more so problematic for Ravi, who's catching the HG shells like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, this is not exactly the kind of fight you want to be getting into in a 13-105. The 1-2-1 is just going to beat you to the punch every day of the week. A bit more firepower available there for the medium. And the light tank, obviously, you know, tries to utilize other abilities to win the fights. And in that case, those abilities, speed, stealth, mobility, aren't necessarily really going to be much of a factor when you're essentially face-hugging.
That is true. Well, there's already yet another battle happening for B versus the 1-2-1, with now E50M joining on that middle ridge. It is a bit of a funky position, I'm not going to lie, Jordan, because it's a position that usually gets very early contested by all the sniping tanks, but right now Mr. Rez just did not manage to pen 2 more shots, and that means free farm for Dastardly.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel pretty bad about my prediction, to be honest. Team Cringe is looking a little bit cringe at the moment. The Bat Chat Artie still hasn't done any damage, I don't think.
Yeah. Hey, at least another shell is about to be loaded in 3 seconds, so one more chance.
Well, surely he's got to hit one of these.
There we go. Yay! Let's go, Kev.
129 damage. That's starting to get the WN8 numbers ticking up a little bit, but we'll see how he goes for the rest of this game. Whippet definitely struggling a little bit as well, and I guess the only saving grace here is kind of going to be Dark. He's full HP. He is set up in a good position to do a bit of damage in that TD, and he has also got the support of the artillery, but I'm just not seeing them winning it from here.
Yeah, that's no longer going to be a thing in a moment, because Karath is on the reload. Whippet has fallen as well. So it's basically down to Dark to try to win the middle ridge and then see what else can be sorted, because CJ is basically stuck in his position. He cannot get out of that small sort of, I guess, nook. Whereas Maticus could really play for a bit of a fallback. And yeah, the moment of, okay, goodbye Maticus.
Look, I'm not sure that I like seeing Team Cool just drive straight at Dark. Not to mention the fact that Karath is almost off the reload here. Now, showing a lower plate like that isn't necessarily going to end very well for Dark. He is going to keep on driving his way forward, but here comes Saxon in the 268v4, and while there is a good chunk of damage out from that shot of Dark, you'd have to think it's probably all done and dusted again. Supporting fire coming through from Karath in the Artie, but it's
not enough.
Pretty much all she wrote here for Dark. He's being face-hugged. There's nothing he can do about it, and he's out of the picture as well. So it's all down to Karath, who's dead. And that's going to be the end of round 1. Team Cool picking up the win to start things off, and I think Team Cringe will need to pull out that strat book once again and find something new, because that left a bit to be desired.
Look, attacker sided. Surely that's what was going on there. Either way, very happy with my prediction coming through there. Easy dub for Team Cool. Super easy. Surely Karath is going to pick something different going into the next. When he finally landed that shot, I was expecting maybe a bit more damage to come through, but what, 120? Maybe got like 2-3 more shots off, and then spent more time reloading than shooting.
Well, we'll have to see when we do get the stats up here. But yeah, I got to say, I don't think that there was going to be a huge amount of damage done there by the Artie. And look, I mean, maybe you're not taking it necessarily for the damage, you're taking it for the supporting factors, the stuns, etc. But I just don't really see the value. Like I said at the very start of that, I think if you're just going to bring an Artie at any point in a 5v5, you're sacrificing 20% of your firepower essentially for a little bit more map control, a little bit more presence. And I just don't think you really get that value in the same way that maybe you used to be able to get in the 7v7 format, because you were sacrificing less. There was still a lot of tanks to cover the map and be able to control areas. Now you're essentially playing a 4v5, and you just can't cover the entire map with only 4 tanks. It's just not possible. The maps are designed for 15v15.
What kind of happened there? Because like at the start, it was just like everyone was all over the shop, and then it was just a battle for the 4 line right at the end.
I think they just lost control of the map. I really think they just lost control of the map. I mean, obviously for Team Cringe, they were trying to set up down the valley. They had the Batchat Artie in a pretty good spot. Like realistically, the strategy quote-unquote worked, right? They had the shot on the 1-2-1.
We got Twitch.
Problem is they didn't hit it. They weren't able to collapse on that 1-2-1, and from there on out, things kind of fell apart for them. So, it's exactly as we said. If they spot this Batchat Artie out, and if they spot all these tanks out, they're just going to push on the cap, and that's exactly what they did, and so they walked away with a win.
This thing here, this QR code, you can just scan that and go straight to the Movember page as well if you do want to donate at all. You guys in Twitch chat, you can't see it, but you can type !Movember, and you can get the link that takes you to the right spot. So make sure you're doing that. I hope you're all enjoying yourself. We actually can see you. You are responding in real time on our screen behind us here in the arena. So I'm sure everyone that is in the arena can also join Twitch chat and chat with you too. Either way, that was a fun one. And we have that second round of Lakeville starting very soon. Of course, I think we're still getting those stats ready to have a quick look at.
Yeah, I really want to see how much Karath was able to do there. I'm calling sub 500. I reckon it's sub 500 damage.
Yeah. I think we actually seen like 2-3 shots connect. So I think we might just you saw 2. Okay.
One of them was 150 damage though, so you got to remember that. Like if that's like the base kind of like the value we're working off, you kind of need like 4 of those to hit the 500 mark.
Well, I think the other one actually hit for something like 350.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, so I think that there may be a chance for 500 damage, but yeah, it's still in the grand scheme of things doesn't really help a whole lot for the situation.
Look, what I do like to say when it comes to Water Tanks competitive, especially, is that if you can at least do your tank's worth of damage, then you can make the argument that you've contributed at least 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure that necessarily translates when we're talking about a 450 damage tank, because that's all that Karath had to play. He only has 450 HP, so yeah, okay, do 1-for-1. You've only done 450 damage, and so that's still not that relevant.
Why is it such a small amount of health?
Because it's artillery. It's supposed to sit at the back of the map, and it's it has no armor. It's just a gun platform that can shoot in the sky. That's all it's there for. Doesn't need anything else in theory, because you're so far back that no one should be shooting you to begin with. No one should even be able to see you. Yeah. But when your entire team gets run over, then yeah, obviously.
Do you think Kev's going to double down and do it again?
Probably.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance. There's a pretty good chance of that one. Okay. I am though questioning what is going to be brought out by the rest of the team, because whilst yes, look, they do have Whippet, who is a 4B/50B enjoyer. I think that we may still get at least some changes. Please tell me that's a replay. Okay, that is a replay. It's a replay. So for a moment, surely they didn't just go for the same lineup. But yeah.
Yeah, so we can watch back everything that happened. Look, a little bit of a battle at the start of the game down on that 1-2 line. And then, of course, after you had the defenders in the attacker spawn, things just turned around and things got a little bit awkward. So, yeah, an interesting one. I actually really liked this spot from CJ until it kind of almost worked against him. But, like, at the end, they'd already done enough damage. So it was kind of inconsequential. How do you see someone winning this map after watching how that first round played out? You know, mind you, we didn't get the meta tanks in it.
Yeah, it is very hard to say, isn't it? I mean, looking at where the 2 cap circles are, I think obviously the problem is you need to be able to cover both the cap circles. You need to be able to watch both flanks of the map, and it is a map which is very difficult to do that on because of the massive ridge in the middle. So I almost think you kind of have to, in a way, give up some part of the map and focus your attention onto maybe the town, maybe the mid.
I have confirmation.
Ridge. What's that?
Karath did, was it 731 731 damage. So he did more than his health. He did more than 500. So
There we go.
little round of applause
Yeah.
for
There
Kev.
we go.
Look at him getting ready to just sit at the back of the map
Look,
again.
I don't
huh?
think you'd be happy with that in a pub game. I don't think you'd be happy with that in a competitive game. So I'll give him a little bit of a golf clap, but he's going to need to step it up.
Yeah, that's like me numbers when you first got me playing tanks. But look, here we are, round 2. It's Lakeville again. We're swapping sides. We're getting into the fun, getting into the action. Let's see if Kev's going to go with the exact same strat.
I'm certainly hoping not. So far, I'm not seeing any artillery on any of these tanks just yet. I do like the look of the STRV there. That could actually be quite good on this map. I think there's a lot of angles you can play that are going to be long-range angles that a tank destroyer of that fashion can be quite useful in. But we'll just have to wait and see how that does play out. No Artie on the side of Karath this time around. But he's gone for the WZ-132, which is still a bit of a troll pick, in my opinion.
Not to alarm you, boys. Napalm brought out the pattern, which I've been told currently is running the view range setup. We're talking 600, I want to say 658 view range on this bad boy, plus a CVS. So basically turning this into one of the most potent spotters. Unfortunately, though, there's nothing to bolster the DPM or the accuracy of this tank, but at this point, it seems like we are going for just a spot here.
Is this not the ultimate pubby setup?
On paper, it is.
Sit on the red line, put Binox in, AFK the whole game, your entire team dies while you're raging in chat, telling them they're noobs, doing 0 damage, doing 0 useful things.
Yeah. And also adding the Bond vents out of all the things.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful sight, but at the same time, it is somewhat cursed as well.
Well, I just wonder, what is he going to spot? I suppose he can expect to
it's
see
the middle
things,
line.
Yeah, pushing through the mid line, but there is actually quite a committed push from the 1-2 line, and if Team Cringe decide to push down the 1-2 line, then that pattern is not going to be super effective. In fact, the pattern's on the move too, so to wait and see where Napalm does decide to hole up.
Surprised that out of all of the lineup that Team Cringe has elected to go for, we're not seeing a single one of the 5As. So bit of a sad moment. Well, obviously because no heavy tanks. I'm kind of just bamboozled myself. But look, I mean, 1-2-1s are still very potent tanks in terms of the DPM, in terms of sort of overall performance.
Maticus is going to be in a bit of trouble here. Look, I know he's going to have potentially some covering fire from his teammates, but he is very isolated if the Team Cringe tanks drive exactly where Karath is, and that's, well, at least what Karath has done. Ravi's trying to just sort of play the jiggle pick roll and whip it. He hinted it a little bit by driving around the front. But
penning?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. The Object 430U, I suppose, it does have some trolley armor, so I guess I'll at least give Karath the benefit of the doubt, because he's not a pro player. I mean, he is a bit of a bot at some points in his career, but look, I think a 1-for-1 there, as far as Team Cool is concerned, is probably a pretty good result.
Yeah. Look, I mean, for Mr. Rez here, playing on the light tank, he would be thinking that he's not lit at all, but in fact, the pattern is doing a very, very sneaky job here, just continuously spotting the WZ-132-1. From there on, it's going to be a little bit problematic, but the problem is now that pattern needs to be rotated to spot the 1 flag. Because otherwise, well, in comes the cap, and Team Cool may just end up, well, falling over.
Yeah, Mr. Rez doesn't really even need to do anything here in mid. He just needs to survive. If he survives, then he's going to be able to spot the cross, and that's going to allow Team Cringe to pretty much farm Team Cool on the way to searching for those resets. Unfortunately, it's a little difficult for him to survive. The rock doesn't provide that much cover, and there's a lot of good crossfire angles available to Team Cool. The thing is, time is going to start to become a bit of a problem for them. If this goes on for too much longer, they're going to have to push forward, look for that reset. HE Shell does connect onto Mr. Rez, but it's not going to be enough to dig him out.
That's the cool bit about the Chinese light tank, is that its turret armor is actually good enough to be able to still prevent the HE pens as well. So it is a very peculiar light tank, which does have a pretty solid amount of camo, but it's not just enough to be, you know, part of that meta, but it's just fun enough to be the troll tank.
Well, Napalm in that pattern is now trying to move his way forward, and you can see how poorly that's working out for him. Down another 521 HP. That's a good roll from Ravi in the 1-2-1.
Was that Review? I think that's Whippet that was slowly outputting that damage as well. But regardless of that, yeah, look, this has been so far a very difficult time for Team Cool to wedge out any sort of positionings. And right now with the 2 cap, this is going to be sped up much, much more. 10 seconds remaining. Whippet falls. But there's still the cap that is coming around. They're not going to be able to spot them at all. Yeah, Patton has completely gone the other way. There is damage starting to flow in, but 4 seconds. Surely this is where the cap comes around. 4 seconds now, reset. No, dropped out. 6, 5 seconds. Surely they managed to finally do it.
Karath.
Oh no!
Karath. They just need to
Oh
come
no!
in. Oh
no!
They got the reset at the last second. I'm not sure why. No one is body blocking for Karath there.
Ay, ay, ay. Team Cringe. A millisecond away from winning the second round, technically. And yeah, from here on out, it's all coming apart. Dastardly is just going at the face value and yeah, wrapping everything up, saying, yeah, that's it, boys. It's time to pack up the bags.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Karath can do about it. Maybe he can clutch up for the boys, but wishful thinking, I would suspect, in a circumstance like this.
Very much so. Yeah, only a few more chances and opportunities to try to get back into the general swing of things, but in comes CJ, basically replicating the old plays of Russian from Scorpions, and oh wait, where did that come from? Wait, did Dastardly just gave a little bit of a sort of a pep talk? HE shot, and oh, there's the lineup as well.
What a game, huh? Big W coming through for Team Cool, and Team Cringe unfortunately losing in what could have been one of the cringiest ways possible. You know, just sitting there.
You're right. You're absolutely right. They are living up to their name. That was very cringe.
That was extremely cringe.
Look, Ravi's on the cap there alongside Karath.
Flex on him.
He gets reset. Fine. You know, it goes back up to 4 seconds. It goes up to 4 seconds twice. Why does Ravi drive off the cap? I don't know. Goes up to 8 seconds then, and then Karath gets spotted. Why is no one driving in front of Karath to block the shots? It doesn't... Whatever. It doesn't matter, I guess, in the end. It was probably going to be tough to win by the time that those reset shots did start to come through anyway. But I think, you could have at least kept those 2 tanks on the cap. And the fact that it got so close, like, you're looking at it and saying, yeah, maybe it doesn't make a difference. But the fact that it got so close, like, is that not your best chance to keep both the tanks on the cap rather than to pull them off instead and try to fight? I would suspect so, given how it ended up. But anyway.
Arguably, hindsight's bliss. I feel like Kevin, the boys, Team Cringe, could have thought they'd already won it at that point when they saw it ticking down.
No, but if you play World of Tanks, obviously you are aware of how that cap mechanic works, and especially the players in a competitive environment like this. It's not once it hits 0. It needs to be on 0 for like a second, basically, for it to actually go through.
Right,
so they're not going to be making a mistake like that. Like, they'd all be aware of that. I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, maybe they would have thought, oh, we've pretty much got it. We're going to be fine. But, obviously there's that extra, like, half second or second that you need to factor in as well.
Surely we get an F in chat for Team Cringe.
Yes, F's in the chat for Team Cringe, please. Everyone, get around it. Get around these games as well. So, look, now that Lakeville's out of the way, Team Cool, that was probably their map pick. We'll call it that just because they absolutely domed on it. We have, is it Ruinberg?
No, I believe it was
Mannerheim Line as map 2. So Mannerheim Line's going to be a very interesting place. One of my favourite maps, though, from back when we used to play. So,
and what's going to be interesting about this as well, I mean, we'll get into it in a second. Let's just have a look back at this replay first.
Let's just watch this.
Because I do want to see, first of all, how does Maticus survive for so long? When 3 tanks are looking at him, you got Whippet and Karath in the perfect spot to just farm him and not take any damage. And it ultimately ends up somehow being a 1-for-1 because someone in mid dies as well on Team Cringe. Fine, whatever. Let's get Karath onto the cap here and put a bit of cap pressure on. Mr. Reyes is doing a great job in mid. He's obviously, slowly but surely going down, but he's providing that time. And then here's where Ravi drives off the cap. Watch this. 2 seconds. It's going to pop up to like 8 seconds at some point, and then he doesn't get in front of Karath fast enough to block that shot. Oh. So all around, I think it's just a bit of a misplay maybe from Team Cringe, and they're not very happy with it. Napalmer, on the other hand, though, Very
Napalm got
pleased.
hyped. Yeah, that was a very hype moment.
Yeah, Dastardly getting
Just
real excited about that one.
It just didn't work out very nicely for them. Anyway, the point I was trying to make around Mannerheim line, first of all, we've never seen Mannerheim line in competitive, and I think there's probably a reason for that.
Okay.
So we might get a bit of an insight as to why when we do watch this game. Secondly, no meta tanks are allowed in this game, which I think is kind of cool. Like, as far as a show match rule set is concerned, I'm kind of for this. Like, this is going to... You can still, I think, build a fairly viable composition without those meta tanks. It's just that those tanks that you're picking aren't maybe going to do the job as well as what the meta tanks are going to do. But you can still pick heavies, you can still pick mediums, lights, blah, blah, blah. Do what you want to do what you need to do. You're just not going to be able to get the S-Kong. So what do you use to replace the S-Kong? Like, what do you want to pick up there?
What are those
are the
1-2-1s? I saw them doing a little bit of work.
That's a
earlier
medium tank.
That's a medium, yeah. I mean, look, you could theoretically turn to something like a Kranwagen, given that even after the nerf that it received in terms of the mobility, chuck a turbo on it. Yeah, you could still definitely do a little bit of a mobility play, but then you're very much restricted by the clip damage, really, because you get only 3 shots before you go for a relatively lengthy reload. I believe it's what now, 25 seconds or so. Otherwise, look, yeah, you could technically still turn to something across the lines of I believe you could go for. Not Rhinoceronte, because I think that is also a very, very slow hunk of metal. Yeah, look, not a whole lot of ways, but I think we are going to be leaning a little bit more once again into the medium tanks territory for some more mobility, because so far, I mean, the main conclusion that I at least managed to come down to is mobility is the winner here, no matter what. And at the moment, Team Cool managed to really harness that. I mean, the prime example was the very first round, having the 2 objects, the 2 E50Ms. Both tanks are very, very mobile, even despite their sort of their profile, their size.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think Chinese heavies.
Yeah, Chinese heavies. Yeah. Right. I'm definitely down for that.
JT loves a Chinese heavy. He's a big fan of them. 113, I think, might be a bit of a pocket strat. But look, 5As, I'm always a big fan of the 5A. I think that can sort of fill a pretty good role. Fairly quick. It's got a pretty decent amount of firepower.
What about some Polish tanks? Huh? Just to represent Pilski, because he's not here with us.
No,
he refused to shave a moustache.
Listen,
he wasn't allowed
I come from the generation of World of Tanks players where there was only Soviet, German, and French. Everything else didn't matter. So
now things still don't matter.
Let's just go with those.
That's kind of racist.
I mean, the Chinese tanks, when they came out, they were actually pretty good. So I'll give them a bit of a look in. But I want to see some German tanks. I want to see some Soviet tanks. Obviously, a lot of the Soviet tanks are currently banned.
Wow, that is colourful.
So we'll see.
Pretty.
That is pretty.
Yes, and we get to see a whole lot of white, whole lot of snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It's time for a little bit of fun here on Mannerheim Line. Let's see what goes down.
Let us see, indeed. I've got absolutely no idea what we're going to get.
Oh, no.
And I'll be honest, this is not what I expected. I thought we were going to get something half serious.
I mean, this is still relatively serious.
Why, are you calling a Sheridan a 4005 serious? Double Type 5 on Mannerheim
I'm calling
line.
double Type 5 and a 60 TP. That's what I'm calling serious. Although this time Napalm decided to, pay respect to Karath, it seems.
This is literally the one-shot team. Team Cool have gone for the one-shot team. That's what they're trying to do. And I don't know if they're going to have really any good targets on Team Cringe outside of Karath in the 4005. Now, granted, he is a bit of a bot, so he's probably going to get spotted and one-shot, but...
You say that. I mean, maybe Karath will be able to shut down Dastardly before that happens, or maybe Mr. Rez will hit a cheeky ammo rack, knowing that Sheridan is one of those tanks that it feels sturdy. And it can hit sturdy as well, but the moment you hit it, it kind of feels like it's about to sort of fall apart with all the bolts. Meanwhile, we see Dark in the ST2 versus one of the Type 5 heavies, I believe. And look, I'd say ST2 all the way. It was actually one of the first few lines that I've grinded as well, and double barrels means double the fun.
Don't know if that's true. That is one tank that I have no desire to play, if I'm being honest. I value consistency.
That is an L-Tech, Jordan.
L-Tank?
L-Tank and the L-Take as well.
Oh, here we go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Karath, he's just going to get spotted, and this would be a shot to hit from Napalm, but...
Surely.
Not quite.
Did not score the 3-pointer. Dastardly, though, is not looking particularly too healthy.
Nope.
Not at all.
It's always a difficult position to play in the middle of Mannerheim line because there's just like no cover, basically.
There's barely no cover.
You have to be unspotted to be able to play anywhere in there.
Oh, for a moment I thought that Dastardly was about to die there from that jump, but no, he's able to survive that pretty well. Wait, Dark.
No.
Dark. What happened there? And CJ is still managing to just walk away with basically a robbery here.
Is it possible for me to go on stage and replace Dark for the next game? Because I feel like even I could do better than that.
I mean, I'm sure Karath would be able to do that, probably, or allow that. But meanwhile, in comes Napalm's what, 4th, 5th shot? How did Mr. Rez get in the water as well? No shot. CJ, you can't be doing that.
It's not allowed. This is literally not allowed. This is illegal gameplay. Team cringe.
I'm
very
coming
cringe.
back. This is World of Tanks. This is not a 100-meter freestyle. Get out of the water!
Oh, CJ's stuck as well. He might actually. Yes, he does drown too. There it is.
What am I watching right now? This is not World of Submarines, guys.
Jordan, at least we can say that the MVP of this match has been water.
Yeah, it's definitely out-damaged everyone.
Somehow, look, amidst all of this absolute chaos, Ravi also got set on fire. Team Cringe are still posed to possibly throw this round advantage.
Yep, Maticus, 60 TP though. I mean, look, if he doesn't pen this next shot, it's going to be problems for him. Ravi in the E50M has got a good amount of DPM coming on through.
Oh no!
Not only has he not penned, he's literally not even hit him.
Oh, Rabbit could get still bonked here by the HE shell of the 261, which could be rather funny if that actually does come to fruition. In comes the shot. Okay, that's still out there.
No, he shot the ground.
No, Maticus. Ravi didn't register that either, so he's just gonna sort of chill around the ridge line. Whip It is just hitting the bot mode at this point, not really connecting a whole lot of shots. This could still be workable for Team Cool somehow. Okay, there we go. There we go. We did it at the end. Mr. Rez getting a little bit of a cheeky celebration in here. Whip It has one more shot remaining, and now reloaded the second one, so surely this is where the finisher happens, or we're waiting for Ravi execution. No, we don't. Okay, there we go. First point for Team Cringe. Finally, they get on board. Jeez.
Look, I'm all about cold showers, but have it before you play, don't have it while you're playing, boys. Please, come on. I want the W early. 2-1 now, but Team Cringe, little congratulations to you guys for at least taking round 1. We'll see if things change going into round 2. I feel like, I don't know. Artie, I asked for it. Kind of sad that I am asking for it, you know?
Artie, never a good idea, you know, not even once. I think as soon as you start playing Artie, you go down this slippery slope where you keep playing Artie and then you start losing all your friends. No one comes to your birthday party anymore.
And the win rate as well.
Wants to talk to you anymore. You like hit your friends up, hey man, want a tune? They're like, no, I'm busy. You know, I already got a couple of guys that I'm platooning with. So basically the TLDRs don't play Artie. And if you play Artie, especially in an environment like this, you're going to lose.
Just stop it.
That's a perfect example, what we just saw.
Well, both the Arties we've seen have lost.
At least the Artie didn't go for a swim.
That's true.
That is true.
Okay, 3 people died to falling in the water.
I don't know what to say
drowning.
About that. And they're all people that have played professional World of Tanks, by the way.
Yeah.
So
professional players, yeah.
So are you gonna get up there and replace Dark? Are you gonna?
I think Jordan just wants to get just also a bit of a cold swim.
No.
Maybe.
No.
You don't like cold showers?
Nope. They're too cold.
Too cold.
That makes sense.
Yeah, look, I think we'll give Dark the opportunity to make amends for that one.
Okay. Well, we'll see if
how do you do that?
Goes back towards the water
He's going to have to have
side.
a big game. He's going to have a big game next game.
He could, just not go near the water at all. That's always an option.
I think that's definitely a strat.
That might just be the strat.
All right, so even though there was some Artie, even though there was some catastrophes around the water, did you like what we saw there from Mannerheim line?
No.
No? Terrible?
No.
Terrible map? Don't put it in?
Well, look, as far as true, legitimate competitive integrity is concerned, that gives us absolutely no bearing on how that map would play.
So
if
the
it was
water
played in a competitive
has been
environment.
tested and you didn't like it?
Well, I don't think we get a great representation of what we could get out of that map when 3 people die to drowning, and then you've also got someone playing artillery. So I'm prepared to sort of give it another crack. I'm prepared to give it another opportunity here, to be honest. But as far as I'm concerned, that one, we can't really take too many things from that.
Yeah, well, look, let's look back. Let's re-enjoy everything that happened.
We should
just keep looking at Dark.
Yeah, exactly. We should keep an eye on what happens on the bottom side of the map
Is he
here.
just on the slopey bit and just falls over? Like, what's...
I think that was sort of the case, yeah. He may have tried to sort of go around, or ram rather, CJ into the water, but ended up sort of fumbling the bag there at the end of it all, which was rather unfortunate. Same goes for the 705, and yeah, Dark, yeah, look.
Look at Whippet's face, it's just like pure disappointment.
I thought he was happy.
I wonder if that was Whippet's face throughout the whole of season as well.
I think CJ right there is saying, I got a 2 for 1, you know?
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I'm watching Karath react to the replays. This is gold. He's not liking what he's seeing. He's disappointed at the boys. There you go. Team Cringe taking map 1 of Mannerheim Line, and we've got another round of Mannerheim Line where we're going to be flipping those sides. Do you think we're going to see any chance of a cap coming through, or just none at all?
I couldn't even tell you where the cap circle is if I had to, Max. So, no, I don't think so. Like, I just don't think these teams are even thinking about the cap. They just want to run at each other.
Yeah. Farm those fantasy points.
Go for a swim.
Little do they know.
They don't get fantasy points.
No fantasy points. So.
Fellas, your season's over. Sorry.
Yeah.
You only get to play the show match on stage today. Not exactly what they'd want.
Hey, don't take it away from them, Jordan. Look, they're here. They're living their dreams in front of the big crowd here down at the Alienware Arena.
Me too.
That's filling up, by the way. There's a lot of people getting down here. Of course, that's going to continue to fill as we get closer and closer to the grand final. It's not quite grand final time. We still have... Are we playing all 7?
I believe so.
Rounds, by the way? Okay, so even if a team gets 4 wins, we're still playing... exclamation play out, constantly going through all these maps. So we get to see all the fun on Mannerheim Line here for one more time. And then, of course, we have Ruinberg and Steps.
I rate the Steps, because Ruinberg will feel almost like a sort of a Wish.com Himmelsdorf. At least in my eyes, in terms of just, it sort of simulates a very similar sort of playstyle where you could go for a little bit of a long range, similar to how Himmelsdorf 1-2 line has, and then you could go for close quarters, similar to Himmelsdorf's sort of around Banana or Castle.
The one with that big open area with the statue?
That's the one.
Yeah, okay.
That's the one.
Sorry, that was such a bad description. You're all over it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Jordan is a little bit, look.
I think there's probably a couple of maps that could...
Yeah, I know. But the one that's not in the competitive...
What I will say is I think room... Oh, hang on.
Oh, wait. Hey.
What is going on?
Where's he going?
Bit of a roster swap here.
Someone's been kicked from the team and traded.
Do we get a buyout as well?
Live trading?
Surely.
Hopefully they haven't taken the strat book with them.
Are they same settings on both sides? And
who was that? That was Ravi for who?
Ravi for Dastardly. Yeah.
Is Dastardly over there? He is. Okay. Swapping settings, swapping seats, and look, maybe swapping a few more things too. But at the time, we might see a draw after we get through the second map of Mannerheim Line. Boys, take us away. Tell us if you can see where the cap point is, all right?
Yeah.
Take notes.
Not too sure if we will find one, but I am liking the Manticore Gaming conducted here by CJ. I do appreciate that.
K91. Talked about that a little bit earlier.
The K91, we get the ye old Rheinmetall Panzerwagen. So there's a few, even the M5Y, or aka the Mivi.
Saxon's getting farmed. Saxon, stop. Haven't you ever played a pub game on this map? Don't you know? If you drive up on that hill 60 seconds into the battle, you are going to get farmed. There's 3,000 tank destroyers watching that angle.
I like just how much you get heated about that, Jordan.
That's like that little tomato guy that's on my team. Every game. Anyway, Karath is taking a bit of map control here. Good on him.
Yeah, good positioning. Despite how terrible the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen is, it still could do a pretty decent job in terms of just the light tank work. Although trying to outplay a Manticore in a light tank game, that's basically you're asking for all sorts of trouble. Because with Manticore and its, what is it, a naval gun, I mean, good luck trying to find the tank from the very beginning. With its camera rating, it's absolutely nasty. And I mean, you add the T57 Heavy, that actually, funnily enough, occasionally popped up throughout the regular season of ANZPL of Season 5. It is a tank that has by far one of the most troll armor, because the positions where it should pen, it will bounce. The positions that it shouldn't bounce, it will pen. But the DPM output on this tank is actually rather nasty.
All right, well, how is this playing out? And it sort of feels like Team Cool have struggled to take a fair bit of map control, but at least they have both of the caps covered for the moment.
Maticus.
My biggest issue, my biggest concern is going to be that push coming through from the northern side, but at least you've got the T57 Heavy watching that, so if a mistake is made by either of the Team Cringe members coming down the 1-2 line, they are going to get farmed by a fairly hefty chunk of damage out of that tank.
I'm liking the fact that CJ was just able to keep up, or rather keep away and deter the push of Mr. Rez pretty well with this spotting. Napalmer might be in a whole lot of trouble, and in fact he is, because with Ravi and Whippet slowly approaching, this could be even more problematic. Now in comes the push. By the way, that's the cap circle that you can see, Mac, as well, right at the beginning of that descent into the ditch. Ooh. But Ravi ramming does not particularly bode too well against the 30B.
Well, I mean, I think it was about an even exchange of damage, and to be honest, Ravi, he's in a position to potentially win this one. Napalmer's going to have to pen every single one of his shots. What's the reload speed? Like 6 HP here for Napalmer. It won't matter. He's down. Ravi takes him out, and Team Cringe have the numbers advantage. Dastardly, I'm sure he's clipped out by this stage. Dark does not pen the back of the T57 Heavy. That's a little bit embarrassing on the stage, but all good.
Maticus as well managed to somehow eliminate Mr. Rez on top of it all. But finally do fall both Dastardly and CJ, so it's down to Saxon and Maticus, the two tank destroyers, both on just about 300, 350 HP. So we are looking at a bit of a grim picture here. Although Saxon, still having 3 more shots, could really farm up himself a little bit more damage, but at this point only 1 shot is what goes in, and now it's all down to Maticus in the Badger. And the Badger, unfortunately, against the premium ammo, is basically carton, well, made out of cotton.
Indeed, and that is going to be secured. So that's the game. Team Cringe have equalized, and the scoreline is now 2 apiece. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would be possible after the way they played on map 1?
I hate it. I hate it because now I'm scared I'm going to lose my prediction. Either way, look, Jordan, are you happy that you don't have to deal with Mannerheim line any longer?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Now,
I was kind of hoping for one, for some more of the Mannerheim line. Oh, that was looking quite exciting.
We got a swap back happening. There's live.
Someone's getting kicked out again.
Live trades back.
Dastardly's getting kicked back out, and
right,
Ravi's getting kicked back out. So
okay.
So the Dastardly for Ravi swap has gone back. So
they must have just decided that they didn't like each other's settings.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean,
have they thrown the strat book out the window? Is that what's going on?
It kind of looks like it, because what I'm seeing from this game is
oh yeah, there it is.
definitely not very strat heavy, I'll say.
Yeah, it's all over the place. But look, we're having a lot of fun. Now, of course, we get to jump on into Ruinberg. So that's going to be an interesting one. It's the one with the statue.
It's the one with the statue.
The one with the statue.
Yep.
So that's going to be interesting. This is a really fun one. I usually like going. We'd always play towards the right side. Wait,
in towards the town.
In towards the town. You know, a couple of cool lines in there. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. As you mentioned, this used to be in the competitive pool, right?
It did.
So might actually see some more strats coming out, even though still no meta tanks are going to be allowed. So it could get very interesting. Ints being, the key part of that.
I mean, obviously it depends on what the rule set is going to be going into this. I did hear that there was a bit of a discussion around what the latter maps rule sets were going to be. Like, was it going to be no tank limit or 1 tank limit or whatever? There was a bunch of them tossed around. So I'm actually not sure what we're getting going into this one. I think it might have even been up to Twitch chat. I think they might.
It was. Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Decide what that was, and there was also one where it was like each team could like pick each other's tanks. So that obviously is going to be a bit of a shambles. It's probably going to be 5 Arty versus 5 Arty. We'll sort of see how that turns out. I'm not sure. Hopefully we can get some clarification on that.
How would that go?
Poorly.
Slowly?
Yeah. Rather slowly.
I think what you do in that situation is you have the bat chat Arty scouting, because I think it's the fastest tier 10 Arty.
It could be.
If I'm right.
It is also one of the only one that has the fully rotating turret, I believe.
Yeah, so you can kind of play it like as a a light tank,
Yep.
if you had to, right?
Yep.
If you had nothing
Jeez.
else.
That would be
Nothing
rough.
better. Nothing better at all.
No, definitely not.
Look, you know, it's one of those things. Now, what is the strat on Ruinberg? What are you playing for usually? Like, what was the meta not in terms of the tanks, but how would you take that map control?
There was two different sort of schools of thought, because obviously there's two caps on every single map. So there was you would play toward one or the other. If you were playing toward the northern cap, you would obviously set up toward the northern side. You'd have good firing lines down into the town on the approach to the northern side cap. If you're playing for the more central cap, you obviously set up in sort of that little mini town that's on the side of the map, and then you can, in a way, you can almost still kind of cover the other flag. I tend to prefer that strategy. I think you set up a little bit more central. You have good cross shots onto the cap that you are protecting, and if you're not. If they're going toward the other cap, you're getting fairly early information on that anyway. You are able to rotate, and you are able to usually leave like maybe one tank on the northern side of the map to sort of be there as a bit of an insurance fund. So I will say we're probably not going to get any of that in this game at all. It's probably all going to be thrown out the window. True. Probably just going to drive wherever we want. That's the nature of show matches.
Death ball.
Well, actually, yeah, I could be
Everyone
keen for that one.
Going together. Strength in numbers.
Straight for the stature.
Yep.
Straight for the fantasy points that don't exist.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is there any water? Are we going to see more swimming? Or is there
Nah,
place to
there's
actually go
no
for
water. Well, there is technically a fountain by that statue, but you cannot climb into it in any shape or
Does it
form.
even have water in it? I don't think it
I
does.
think it actually does still some.
Okay.
After a very thorough inspection,
Yeah.
I think it actually does still have some water in there. But yeah, regardless of whether they will be whether the tanks will be able to swim in that one, there's still a few kind of quirky positions that they could really play around. I mean, there's a few small bushlands around that very fountain that theoretically could fit in like a small light tank. So say we get a bit more of the Manticore gaming. Theoretically, you could sort of fiddle around with those bushes and get some extra camo to be able to spot the early approach. But I think in the reality of things, I'm feeling like we might just see the contention for the park side of Ruinberg, and sort of from there, I think the teams will really make the decision how they make the rotation. Because I think as long as you keep control, or at least some partial control of the park, or at least some vision over it, then you can make a very good, educated sort of decision on how you play Ruinberg. Because while City is good and great, but if you're locked out of City and you can't really make rotations to the outer part of the map, at least in my eyes, that's GG.
It should be. Now, look, I'm just going to level with you. I didn't bring an apple crate. You guys are really tall, so I'm going to tippy toe.
There you go.
As long as I can. Get a little calf workout in.
If I like sit down, is that going to help you out a little bit? Helps your ego?
Yeah, what about you? Can you sit down?
Yeah.
I just want my ego to feel real big.
Yeah. Hang
One
on.
sec. Thank you.
There
Got the
you
loot. Oh,
Wow, Mac, you are so tall.
Oh, wow, Mac, yeah.
Thanks.
It's so tall.
Yep.
So big.
I've been working on my height muscles. Yep, they exist.
Is that where they got the name Big Mac from?
Yeah, tall
Ah.
Mac. Yep, that's what they call me. That's what Jess, my lovely partner, calls me all the time. She's in the crowd. Come down to Fortress Melbourne. You can meet her. You can meet me. You can meet Elfish Guy. You can meet all of these superstar players. And look, you can even come and watch Ruinberg, because that's where we're going for map 3, round 5. Whoa, getting real deep into the series.
What is this going to give us? That is the question I have.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a little bit better looking, to be
Yeah.
honest. A few heavy tanks. Gives me some hope.
2 705As, a T57, and ST2, yeah. I could get behind this. The Cax from Dastardly and Maticus, I'm not particularly too sure, and neither is the E4, being the sort of a much more pennable TD within the American line. But look, yeah, all things considered, this is a little bit more serious lineup from Team Cringe, introducing a whole lot more of the armor comparative to what Team Cool has to introduce to their side of things. The ST2, look, I may be the advocate of the double barrel tank, but against a full lineup of all heavies, yeah, that's good luck, have fun.
All right, well, this was maybe not how I exactly expected the defense to look, if I'm being honest with you. I think the teams have almost swapped position. I'd expect the defenders to be more where the attackers are, but it actually seems to have worked out. I feel like they've completely caught Team Cool off guard with this setup, Team Cringe. I mean, look, you're never going to expect 5 tanks in that area of the map, so someone's driven out in the middle of nowhere. Maticus just gets farmed.
Actually, I reckon, I think I know what was the pick from the Twitch chat as well. This is the worst win rate tanks at tier 10 as of the past 60 days. And I think none of those tanks that are being played have actually any more than just under 50% win rate, which is quite nuts, actually, now that you think about it.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working out for Team Cringe. They are wolf-packing their way around the map, and they've found so many overmatches. And the fact now that they've obviously taken a tank out of the mix, and they're about to take another one out.
That is nuts.
It's just going to snowball from here. I mean, Team Cool are done. This round is over.
Yeah, that's a very, very big snowball effect here. All down to the 2 medium tanks. Saxon and Dastardly will try to do their best, but already the Centurion Action X showing the reason why it's not being very frequently played. The hull is a little bit, well, so-so. Well, Dark goes for a little bit of a friendly fire. You know, gotta deny the frag points, I suppose.
Yeah, Karath not very happy about that one by the sounds of things. Decent damage being put in by Saxon in this round.
Yeah, some pretty decent play around those 2 houses and a ridgeline. Actually, somewhat working out as well. Mr. Rez does fall. Dark, I'm not too sure what is Dark doing at this point. My man is just assisting the team. Maybe? Okay, he finally does find a finisher onto Saxon, but now Dastardly gets to basically play the ridgeline. This is the only time where the Centurion actually works out, because the turret armor is quite troll. And it's all down to Ravi and Dastardly. One is a retired pro player, one is still technically an active pro player.
Well, how has it come down to this?
How the turntables, I mean,
Dastardly can't win this, surely. I mean, Ravi just has to hit one shot.
You say that. You say that. Well, Dastardly could very much just flat out outrun.
The thing is, Dastardly's on the attack.
That's true, yeah.
So, even if he does manage to outrun Ravi, what does that matter?
Spotted.
Hard shot to hit.
Aye. And Dastardly gets to actually play around the yet another ridgeline where he just gets to poke around with just the turret. There's still a very cheeky cupola that could be hit.
What was that shot from
Ravi? Mate. And he's getting farmed up even more now by Dastardly. 3 more shots and that's basically it.
I know what's
for the
happening.
705A.
Ravi's still tilted because Dark threw the game.
Well, we
it.
might actually be getting a bit of an insight as to why Dastardly's still a competing pro player and Ravi is not. The way this is turning out, although he's timed it well. Ravi's still on the reload.
The timing of that is just absolutely just amazing. Surely that's the shot he hits. He does hit it at the end. Ravi may not just be yet going to the retirement village completely.
Maybe not.
Maybe it's just a rental time at the retirement village.
Team Cool, what are you doing? Stop throwing my prediction in the bin. You even paid Dark out there, and look, it didn't even get you anywhere. Well, look, maybe there's a chance to even it up at 3 apiece, and look, the tiebreaker will actually be a tiebreaker, which could be interesting on steps. But I guess we'll see. Interesting one on Ruinberg. You know, the tanks were all over the place, but Wolfpack strat worked extremely well until Dark. Mental boomed? Can we get an interview? Is that a possibility? Can we get him up here to explain his thought process
himself
as to why he took Karath out?
Maybe he was just mad that he came last in this season of ANZPL.
I mean, Whippet, I think Whippet was one of the few people that fell too Dark, so maybe there is some sort of a, you know, a heated conversation.
Maybe.
True. Maybe they stole his kills.
Yeah, I think he probably just wanted the glory. He wanted to farm out all the damage himself in that T57 heavy.
Yep.
Does the damage onto your teammate
Typical
count?
auto-loader player mentality, very selfish.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. But look, in terms of the tanks, you discussed it. All terrible win rate, but at least right here, right now, we got 100% win rate for Team Cringe's tanks.
That's true. That's true.
Do they have to stay in those tanks when they flip?
I don't know if they have. I don't think they have to. I think they'd be able to change if they wanted to.
Okay. Maybe.
I didn't mind it as far as the lineup was concerned. I think obviously that's a map where you probably do want to be bringing a fair amount of heavy tanks. So the fact that they predominantly brought heavy tanks, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
There was a couple of mediums in there as well, but you know, I think as far as the tank compositions were concerned, given the constraints that they had to play around, I think that was actually okay. So
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, look, for what it's worth, yeah, I'd say that Team Cringe definitely did manage to show us a little bit more of a sort of closer to meta sort of performance, where we get a little bit more sort of an understanding how would one of the sort of pocket strats in terms of how the heavies could be played on Runeberg should it get reintroduced into the competitive map pool. But yeah, all things considered, those were the tanks that arguably are, well, there's a reason why not a whole lot of teams really play them or even play them in general. But yeah, I'm definitely keen to see how that would have actually worked out in like a proper competitive setup. But look, yeah, maybe later down the line, that could be the talking point.
Big Migs. Can tell it's him from anywhere.
Yeah.
Look, but we're having fun down here. As mentioned, look, if you're just tuning in now, if you're waiting for that grand final, we still have a few more maps here in the show match. As you can see, there's a QR code here, exclamation Movember in the chat if you want to donate to a good cause. If you want to donate enough, if you want to send it up to $8,000, he's going to go bald, and he just had a haircut today, so I think that'd be pretty funny.
I'm pretty happy with it too, so.
And I'll be bald too, and also my back, front, arms, legs, all shaven. So, and if you make it to 10K, I'll lose the moustache, which I'll be very sad about. But look, then I'll be completely like an egg. So, ain't that something? I'll have eyebrows. I think that'll be the only thing left. Now, look, this one was interesting, but Team Cringe, yeah, look, they did a lot of work early on. I just want to watch Dark. Let's just see where Dark Mental boomed. It was around now.
He just snapped to whip it. Oh, yep.
And then when he got taken out, he was like, "Ooh, there's a world. There's a world where we lose here."
Yeah, there very much was a world. I thought Dastardly, he made a pretty good initial decision to cross, but I think he might have committed to it for a little bit too long because there was a building he could have gone behind and probably gone unlit. Like if he just stops halfway there,
yeah, that
he
could have
goes
been the play.
dark, doesn't get spotted on the extra rotate. I mean, it's obviously still very difficult to win it from there because he's got to play the timer. He's on the attack. He's got one shot worth of HP. So, but the fact that he sent, maybe he thought he was unlit at that point already. I don't know. Either way, didn't work. And now Team Cringe is winning, to my account, 3-2.
3-2. So that's 3 in a row. Can they make it 4?
That's a lot of momentum, isn't it?
That's a whole heap of momentum. I mean,
they get to be on the attack. Do you think there's a world where a cap comes through? Is that actually going to happen, or do you think that they're just not playing for cap?
There's definitely, I mean, no world really where a cap should come through in this game. We saw it almost on Lakeville, and that was like the best circumstances you're pretty much going to get for a cap victory, and it still didn't happen. Runeberg is a little bit of a smaller map. It's a little bit of a map that's maybe easier to get the reset on. If you really have to, you're obviously going to sacrifice a lot to get those resets, but it's not as if the cap circles are just so far across open territory that you're not going to be able to get there, and you're not going to be able to get that info. So, yeah, I think there should not be a cap victory in any way, shape, or form for the rest of this show match. Maybe on steps.
Do you like my tank?
Maybe on steps.
that is a very nice tank.
Yeah, it's mine.
It's yours?
Yeah, it's going to shoot you.
Well, what's its name?
Huh?
What's its name?
It doesn't have a name.
It's got to name it, mate.
It's the Jugpers 402 Mark III.
Very nice.
Yep.
Haven't heard of that one personally, actually.
You know the.
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, it might be the name for the new Tier 10.
Is it a Sherman? Is it a something?
I think it's an Abrams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's an Abrams.
Well, why do you ask its
like
name if you knew what its
a
name was?
medicinal
I feel like you just set me up for
Abrams.
failure. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Now look, this one's going to be interesting. Runeberg, round 2. Actually, is there any water on steps? That's what I want to know.
No.
Well, but there's like a small puddle.
Yeah, there's like dried up riverbeds, but not really.
Yeah.
Nothing you could drown. Oh, actually, I think there is enough water on new steps that you can drown it. I know I say new steps. It's obviously still quite old now, but I think there is actually a puddle. I don't know whether that's like an actual proper puddle, whether that's in the playable area or if it's outside of the playable area. I think it's just slightly outside, but yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. That could be the case, but yeah, that would take quite a fair bit of effort to make a play around that sort of every position.
We're going swimming.
Roll the dice. What does the dice say?
So if you guys could see, I don't know, it's pretty far away, but
I think you can see if you.
It's a D20. You guys can't see now because we're going into the game. But I feel like the players should, in the tiebreaker, roll these dice to figure out what they can bring it in. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I could get behind that.
I think it's dope. I think that's a good idea.
That's a good
I
idea.
guess we'll see if they want to do that. If not, whatever. But we have Runeberg for one more round, one more game. Let's see if Team Cringe can take 4, can edge out into the lead, or if it's all going to fizzle out and go to the tiebreaker. That's a big tank.
Why?
And that's a little tank.
That's a ELC boost.
I like this. I like this. I know exactly what this is from Team Cringe. They are setting up a bunker strategy on the one flag. The only problem is they're going to get beaten to the one flag by the defenders. So how do you set up your bunker strategy if you're not going to be there first? Well, CJ drives out in the middle of nowhere, and he's going to be starting to get farmed on up. Now, this really just has to come down to Team Cringe somehow out-trading Team Cool in a 4v5, because that AMX ELC is literally not going to do damage this game. I'm not even sure it can pen at the E100s, the IS4s, or the Mouse.
Pretty sure it can still pen the back, but it would require like a 50% chance roll. So it is always going to be that orange reticle for the pen to happen. And Dastardly already is flanking from behind as well. This is the absolute nightmare right now.
They're not even
for
on the
Team
cap.
Cringe. What is happening?
The point is, Team Cringe want to get on the cap. They want to set those Type 5s up to die around the AMX ELC so that the AMX ELC can go ahead and cap without getting reset.
Yeah.
But they're not even on the cap.
Oh no. Whippet is just hiding behind Dark.
They're almost there.
Oh my lord.
They're almost there, but Ravi needs to get there. Ravi needs to get there in front of Whippet. Hang on, maybe they'll find a way to make this happen.
No way that actually going to work.
I don't think that Karath is going to die in the right spot for Whippet to become. That's a bit better.
Oh,
that is much
a bit
better.
But have they got the angle? I do wonder. I think Napalmer can get the reset here. Yeah,
he can. No. That is tragic.
Dark has to drive backwards.
Drive backwards. Oh, yeah, maybe. No. Wait. No, there is still. Oh no. Yep. Yeah. That's it. No. Crushed by the carcass of the E1. Wait. No. Not the E100. The Type 5 Heavy. No. That is tragedy.
Well, that didn't work.
No.
That did not work at all.
I saw.
That would have been big though if that would have worked.
I saw the theory. I loved the idea, and I loved that they understand that size doesn't matter. So look, they're bringing that one into it as well. But we are all tied up now at 3 apiece, going into the tiebreaker, going into steps. Oh yes, all the way to 7, and for all the beans. All the glory.
Yeah, look, to be honest, that was
W.
actually quite well played by Team Cool. They recognized straight away as soon as they saw that tank lineup, we've got to book it toward the one flag, otherwise they're going to get this AMX ELC set up. So, I mean, they were there before Team Cringe. Team Cool was there before Team Cringe, which was not cool for Team Cringe.
No. And how did
so
CJ managed to cross and got hit like one time? You're like, he's about to get farmed, and then he just like copped.
Well, he
no
needed to
shots
get
at all.
farmed, was more so the situation there. Like, if he gets across without taking a lot of damage, then yeah, something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
And it did.
It did.
It went very
definitely
wrong.
did
Very, very wrong.
Funny. How much health did that AMX have?
Oh, not much. It's
something like
sub
530.
1K, yeah.
Yeah.
The point of it is not like
Oh, yeah.
obviously the HP. It's just that it's such a low profile tank that if you set up the Type 5s correctly around it, it's quite hard to actually get the shot in onto it.
That's kind of cool.
But they were not very well set up at all.
Is that like a known strat that just works randomly in pugs in little platoons? Or
Definitely not in pubs.
Yeah.
It was a strat in the 7v7 format that
Okay.
had a reasonable success rate, I suppose, but I don't think you'd ever really see it in a 5v5 because, again, the issue with it, and it's the same concept as with the Arty, is that you're sacrificing a tank. You're basically saying we're playing 4v5 in this case, and this is a super cheese strat, like even more cheesy than Arty.
Hey, at least that's still a little bit more proactive.
Sure, but it's more viable when you're playing 7v7 because you're not losing as much when you subtract one tank in a 7v7, whereas when you're in a 5v5, obviously you're losing 20% of your potential output. You know, it's not quite the same percentage when you're playing 7v7. So you can kind of get away with it a little bit more when there's more tanks around, but...
Can I just point out that Ravi looks like he could be like Luke Pate's brother?
Yep.
Yep. 100%.
No one's going to get that.
No one knows Luke Pate. Well, no one here, at least. Maybe no one actually knows him. Either way. Fluke, if you're watching, love you, mate. But look, this one, interesting affair. Now, let's move the conversation to steps. After we look at the replays? No, okay, no replays. Let's move the conversation to steps and figure out what's going to happen. Are we going to see some kind of cheesy strat like what Team Cringe just tried to pull out? Or are we going to see Team Cool maybe go a little bit hard?
Well, this very much still depends on what will the audience really vote for.
Yep.
Because there is a QR code that you can scan. Just right as I started pointing at it, the QR code disappeared.
Where'd it go?
But look, scan the QR code once it pops up again on the thing, and there is quite a fair few choices that you could go for, which all of them are still very, very good fun. Because I believe we could either go for the only one tank limit or no tank limit at all. We could have the teams pick and ban the tanks for their opponents, or no tank made after 2017. So there's quite a fair bit of a set of restrictions that could come into that one. So look, we could get some very interesting combinations. I think Steps will be the one to be a little bit more serious, but in the same vein, there's a reason why Steps is not part of the competitive map pool, purely because of just how open. You either go for the full-on, just full send on it, especially at least in pubs, or you go for a very sort of almost campy playstyle with it.
So wait, what happened here? So when Dark died,
Dark died on top of Whippet.
Oh, he crushed it.
Yeah, he crushed him.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
I'm not sure how Dark actually drove up on top of Whippet, but...
Well, I mean, Type 5 Heavy can sort of drive over the ELC Bismarck.
Oh, they were having
that's
fun.
what happened, yeah.
Even though it didn't work, there was smiles on everyone's faces. They were really enjoying what they were trying to do. So that's what we're trying to do here down at Fortress Melbourne right now. Is have fun. Have a lot of fun.
Scoreline's equal now as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? So going into Steps, two
All
games
those
of
beats.
Steps, I mean, I guess we could still draw things, but 2-0 here, team's going to walk away with the win.
I wonder who it's going to be. I really want.
I reckon Team Cringe.
Team Cringe. You think
I
they've
reckon
got
Team
it?
Cringe, yeah.
Well, they
I
just-
reckon me and
Momentum's
Jordan are going to be
shifted.
chunking away a few of your points on
momentum
predictions.
shifted. You know.
Yeah, look, momentum did in fact shift, but look, there's still an opportunity, at least for the two of us to, slow your progression on the prediction. So, look, I'll take even that.
No.
No, just a definitive no.
No.
Manicus' face says completely the opposite to no. That
Also,
might just happen.
We have
Man is sweating.
themed food and drink down here too. So if you want a hot tog, is that what it is, Jordan?
Believe
Believe so. I
yes.
believe it's a hot tog,
A
yeah.
hot tog instead of a hot dog. Because
No.
there's a
Ah,
what do you do?
damn.
What do you do?
It's better that you don't know.
Oh, okay. I looked away for a moment. Anyway, come down, eat some hot dogs, drink some cool frozen drinks. I think there's a Sentinels themed drink as well as a Scorps themed drink. So, enjoy yourself on those. And enjoy yourself with the crowd, with the atmosphere. It is getting a bit louder. Everyone's enjoying themselves. It's getting on in the night. It's almost 8:30 now.
Yep.
It's an interesting time in the show match. We've had some swimming. We've had some catastrophes. We've had a lot of team killing. And Dark has swapped sides. And then we've also had some player trades.
Yeah.
Just mid-round? Yeah, it was mid-round on...
Mid games, yeah.
Yeah, mid-game. Mid-something. But look, it's all back. It's all back to where it is at the moment. So I guess we'll see how Steps goes. Do you think... Or are we going to get confirmation on what the audience goes with?
Well, I can see what is being voted in the chat, and I believe it is the worst win rate tanks at tier 10,
Nah.
which is what Cthulhu thought it was last time. So I don't know if they
playing what?
voted for it twice.
That would be rather tragic almost. I was to a certain degree, I'm hoping to see
Is there a
it.
map called Insk?
Insk, yeah.
Ensk?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, we're going there. So no Steps.
Oh,
Yes.
We've all been
No, I'm
taken by
hyped even
surprise.
more about the Waffentrager E100 being brought out here.
what is going on?
What is this thing?
So
You
that
don't
is
want
this.
to know.
that
you
is-
really don't want to know.
No, I
Matt.
do want to know.
That
It's
is
got lots of
an
buttons
absolute-
and knobs.
yes, it is an absolute beauty of a tank.
It's a house.
It's an abomination of a tank.
Look,
This is
this is there's a reason why it's no longer in the game.
Most broken tank in the history of World of Tanks.
What? Like because it's too good.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just that good.
It's an auto-loader tank destroyer with I don't even know how much damage in the clip.
Basically, it had the ability to delete even the most chunkiest heavy tanks in tier 10 at
one
the
click.
point of its existence.
watch this, just
Look
watch
at this. Look at this. Look at this. Karath just deleted him in 3 HE shots.
3 shots in the space of like what, 5-10 seconds? Goodbye, tank.
My lord.
Back to the lobby.
That's something.
Ay. Marcus is
Kev's
not
got
having
a
a fun time.
huge smile on his face while he's doing that too.
I would too, honestly. With that tank, it is extremely fun. It's not fun when you're on the receiving end of that tank, but trust me, once you get to play it, it is great fun. Dastardly gets to bonk Karav because, well, comparative to the Waffentrager, the Sheridan has 0 accuracy.
Okay.
But if it connects and the HE shell penetrates, it is great. Napalm just deleted another one. That's the 4005 back in action.
Whippet is going to have to do the exact same thing right now, or I think the game is over for Team Cringe Dark. In the Fosh 155, he's going to try and push his way forward, but
Hey, oh,
not sure how this is going to work. There goes Napalmer.
There it is.
Not like this.
Oh, Saxon. Oh, Saxon does it as well.
Yes, like this.
It's just works. It just works here. What was actually named by the community a Death Star, the FV215B183, is a tank that, once again, you cannot get your hands on it unless, well, there's some sort of a special giveaway. But this tank hits like a truck. And I mean by that, that thing can absolutely delete majority of the tanks if it pens with the HE shell. And it has one of the highest pen rates, I believe, with the HE as well. So right now, CJ is at the, well, at a chance of being absolutely one-tapped. But no, that's a miss. So Dastardly will get to sink in yet another HE shell. This one actually pens nicely as well. 971 damage.
Well, I
It's
think
over.
Rabbi might be
Surely.
donezo right here.
It's
Surely
over.
Rabbi clutches this. Come on, mate. You got this. You can hit one more. Or is Sheridan going to be the winner? No!
68 damage, that's sad.
What is going on?
Ram him.
Oi! Come on. In comes the round. There it is!
The Sheridan coming in clutch, and Team Cool are the champions of the show match.
I'm very mad about that because I predicted for Team Cringe.
I'm very happy with that because that means I've edged out in front in those predickies.
Team Cringe through.
Ay.
Hey, I thought there'd be more happiness from Team Cool here. Come on,
Oh, look, they still look quite ecstatic about it.
let's celebrate. Team
Do we
Cringe,
get a celebrate dance?
Team Cringe almost looks happier than Team
Do we
Cool
get a
right
bit of maybe floss stance?
I mean, to be honest, I think they won because Karat killed Maticus right at the end there. So I'm going to construe that as a Team Cringe victory. So I got my prediction right.
now. No, you didn't.
You got yours wrong.
Stop spinning a false narrative. But look, that's going to be that for the show match. Those boys, oh, look at it. Everyone's hugging, having a great move, squat, down. See? Look at him. Oh.
Look at him go.
Oh, that's just love. That's just Tank's love. Look at
Okay,
him.
bye-bye, Jordan.
That's a lot of happy thank you. We don't need
I'll
Jordan
just
here
stay
anymore.
here.
You
Better
can
for
stay
everyone.
there. Yeah, it's all right. We're definitely still on this camera shot. But look, that was fun. You know, even the fact that it wasn't steps. Was it Insk?
Ensk, yeah.
Ensk as a secret final map, which was blindsided. So interesting. And then the community vote for the tanks as well was interesting. I got to see. What's it called? It
The
wasn't
Waffentrager,
the what?
the waffle.
The waffle.
We'll call it the Waffentrager.
We'll call it the waffle, yeah.
Waffle Trugger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you end up waffling in it sometimes.
It doesn't look like a waffle though.
It can turn the other tanks into waffles.
What is it? Is it a real tank? Like, is it?
It's a
or is it one of these-
concept.
It's a
tank.
concept, yeah. It was a
It's
concept
never
tank,
been
yeah.
crib
Okay.
built,
All right,
obviously.
all right. I was just
Because
wondering
it's
if
a
it was
ridiculous concept.
ever used.
No.
No,
No.
never actually made.
No.
It did look like a house, so maybe I'll make one. Live in it. But look, that was fun. That show match, absolutely insane. Of course, you know, hopefully we get. You know, we've been doing interviews all season. I feel like it'd only be wrong to not have an interview with a winner. Where's Maticus? Is he still here or is he gone?
He probably rage
Is
quit.
he up here? Interview time. Come on, come around. Have a quick interview with him. It's going to be easy.
Cthulhu, I think you might be losing your headset.
No,
here.
Oh, well.
no, you keep yours. Actually, no,
I'll lose mine.
logistically, it has to be Cthulhu.
It does have to
Yeah.
be Cthulhu.
All right, but
Although you can just stand this way. We can.
yeah, I'll come around to you. Yeah.
Shuffle. If we
Yeah.
shuffle, we can get all four of us.
We'll share the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you're going to make that happen.
Just use it like a handheld. Just put it to your mouth,
I
right?
don't think that's how it works.
It can though. Wait, there is another microphone. Anyway, we're gonna dastardly here too.
We even got the Dastardly. Boys, first of all, how do you feel about this conclusive map?
I mean, I think we put in a good bit of intensity. The boys played well, and we're pretty happy with the result.
How did it feel getting 1v1 by Karath?
What's that, sorry?
How did it feel getting 1v1'd by Karaf?
The mic also works.
It didn't feel great.
You got to spin.
Yeah, I got nothing more to say on that.
Okay, seems fair.
thoughts?
Yeah.
Yep, yep. All right, good. Yeah, good.
Beautiful. Well, yeah, we got replays. Did you guys see what happened the whole game?
Which one?
Yeah. Did you remember anything? Also, please tell me who went swimming. Neither of you two went swimming on bloody
Who was that?
Manheim line.
Manheim line.
We've got,
I think
we've
that
got
was CJ.
from
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
There's
That was
like two of
CJ.
the other team. That's why they're in blue, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's yeah. Interesting that happened. One from your team, two from the other team, and also, do you know what was going on with Dark? Did you pay Dark money to kill everyone in that second last?
Well,
round?
Ravi wasn't particularly keen on being on that team kind of after those first few games,
Right.
so slips me a quick 50, decides to switch teams, and obviously going down in that game, wasn't too happy being there, so he came and asked for his money back. He's
Fair
not
enough.
getting it though.
Hectic.
Fair enough.
Crazy times. Anyway, boys, look, congratulations. Round of applause for the winners.
you very
Team
much.
Cool.
Good job, last mate. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that was cool
was-
from you guys.
that was
Although
super
I didn't
cool.
predict for you, so that was kind of cringe.
that was some great applause from everyone. Yeah. Well, there we go. That's the. We got people winning. We got people cheering. We've actually got the players also setting up, getting ready for the grand final. So that's going to be happening at 9, which is in 25 minutes. Obviously, a little pre-match before then.
Yep.
But I think we're going to a break. So thank you all for joining us. Exclamation Movember in the chat if you want to get involved. And we'll be back very shortly with the ANZPL Season 5 Grand Final. We'll see you soon.
Yes, sir.
Instantly, you can kind of feel the difference between B-League and ANZPL in that there is so much damage going down so early. And Mantank has just been manhandled by the Badgers and is just completely gone from this game already.
Oreos? Yeah, I
it's
thought it could have
Oreos.
been Orcos, but it's definitely Oreos.
I like Oreos.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I ate them all at the office yesterday, so we ran out. That's sad. Anyway, besides the point, we're back to a 5-on-4, and somehow CSCC3 is surviving.
It's on 46 HP, but there they go. Abiwa out of the equation.
Hellcats now are kind of forced into a bit of an awkward fight that it's kind of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, Mudguard just looking to try and get this reset. There's going to be no angle, no way that this one gets hit unless Oz connects, but that's going to be all she wrote. Badgers taking round 1 here.
Kind of puts Mudguard under a little bit of pressure here because, again, inevitably, that STP1 is going to have more DPM than the IS-7. Maybe not if it's set on fire. Boz gets a good shot through in that Super Conk, and, well, Hellcats
It's going well.
bailing themselves out of trouble a little bit with that.
I'm going to see that one taken out. So Fury now out of the equation, and Badgers thought it might have been that easier. I think we all did, but Hellcats really showing some late round resurgence. And just look at this. They're all around Phantom Yamato, who's not going to be able to do too much from here. IS-7 pumping from behind, Habewa as well.
A bit at a loss as to how Badgers have let this one slip. They had such a strong start to the round. It looked like it was going to be absolutely perfect for them. They looked like they were going to walk away with a victory 2-0 on Prokhorovka, but not the case. Hellcats have fought back. Yeah, Fury's not really going to be able to save Oreos here, though, unfortunately. Like, he can get a good shot into the side, but remembering Fury was already taken low at the start of this battle. He is now sort of put himself into a overmatch 2v1. He's gone. This E4 hasn't really been able to get into the fight at all, and the IS4 and the M454 are fairly ineffective over there on the railway tracks. In this case, they haven't had enough map control to stop Hellcats from rotating their way through the map and doing what they wanted, and as a result, Hellcats have just decided, you know what, we're going to drive forward and we're going to take you out, and it's looked pretty comfortable. But this is where it starts to get potentially a little bit problematic for Hellcats on the attack. Because they have that Super Punk coming down from the hill still, Badgers is able to make the push in and take the 5-on-4. They have lost a tank early on in the piece, but it's traded down pretty quick smart. 791 damage into the back of Phantom Yamato. I don't know that Badgers have really gotten enough done in this short space of time, because Flaming has now more or less arrived at the fight. Mantank will probably go down, but it's still a 3v3. The E100 against the IS4. He's really got to stop Boz from getting into this fight, which he has done a great job of.
Yeah,
Just using
really
the
slowed him down.
weight of the E100 to kind of bully the IS4 there. He's focusing his shots as well into the 50B, which is pretty intelligent play from Spencer here. But I thought Badgers could actually give themselves a bit of a chance in the 5-on-4 while the Super Conk was still rotating. But once the Super Conk does arrive full HP in the fight and Badgers are still kind of in an even numbers scenario, you make the argument that they haven't really done enough yet. So
How's he not taking any damage? I thought someone from the Badgers got tagged, but he's going to push forward up towards the rock here, try to dodge as much damage as possible. They know that that relay has to come through, and in comes this pincer. They're just going to hard focus him now, and he's out of the equation for sure.
Yeah.
But the question is, how much value can Hellcats get in the side? Just shooting. Mudguard and Boz here looking to get damage done.
that is insane that Habewa can get another clip off. I mean, and that results in a dead tank for Badgers. That could have been a 1-for-0 in this portion of the map, at least. But the fact that they didn't get any of the initial shots across onto Habewa basically means that he gets 2 extra shots off, an extra 1,000 damage goes down, and Badgers are up the creek without a paddle. Hellcats won on the other side of the map. They won on this side of the map, even though it was the weak side. And, well, you can see just how dominant this round is going to end up being for them. They've completely caught the Badgers off guard. And even though it felt like Badgers had kind of caught Hellcats off guard. Like, Habewa was out of position. He didn't get out quickly enough. It was kind of a call the ambulance but not for me type situation, you know what I mean? You look at him and you think he's cooked.
Yeah.
But he doesn't end up getting cooked because somehow he's Neo in the Matrix. He dodges all the bullets and T3. So he's going to get out alive for now. But even still, the advantage is there for the Hellcats in terms of the HP and the positioning, and inevitably, Braves Heroic will go down. I'm not feeling too confident right now for the Badgers, to be honest with you, Max. Super Conk down low. A couple of shots going to Phantom Yamato. He'll be dealt with. Fury as well as down to a 1-shot. You'd have to expect that at this point, Hellcats, it really is more of a formality than anything else. Bloodguard behind Spencer. Once he comes off the reload, he's going to be able to get a freebie, but in the end, doesn't even need to. He's going to be able to focus his shots in onto Oreos. And once again, it is Oz leading from the front in a Super Conk.
I like this play from the Scorpions. They're taking a bit of initiative because they realize that the Action X are playing all towards the left side over here. So very, very important right now, the Action X group up, and Russians actually coming into this fight to help out with Aussie. So even though the Bat Chat was here earlier, with the HP lead, that has suddenly dwindled away, and he's on reload right now, and CJ should go down pretty much. This AMX 50B, as you said, a 1-shot should be irrelevant right now, and Scorpions, just like that, 4k HP ahead, and it means that they're going to secure things on the defense. Like, I mean, this is never going to work in your favor. You're going on to the 2 flag where there's a crossfire setup, you're going to get bled out, and then you just lose.
Yeah, I think they've run out of ideas, to be honest. I mean,
yeah.
I like the fact that they got Dongalord into the position that he did. He is only able to convert a couple of the shots. They were difficult ones, to be fair, and he did egregiously low roll in 1-2, but end of the day, it obviously wasn't quite enough to get them back into a winnable position. Yeah, I mean, he needed to get here, didn't he? And he has gotten here just in time, but Val gets that reset. I don't know if that's going to be the largest of the problems, though, to be honest, for Action X, because he's now down to a 1-shot. Raspberry, only a 377 roll, is not going to be too happy with that. He's just going to wait patiently. He's going to allow the heavy tanks to go forward, soak up a bit of that damage, maintain his HP in the Bat Chat, and to be honest, he isn't even really necessary in taking this fight because his team is winning it for him. Dongalord will take down Benny, so it's a 1-for-1, but Trax is most definitely going to be a dead man. They have basically not even had a Bat Chat in this fight. I think Russians fired 1 shot to play a game, and they are still quite handedly dispatching of Action X at the moment. I mean, it's all said and done.
And now this is really dangerous. The Bat Chat needs to go in and kill the CS right now. Donga is the focus point for the Scorpions.
Oh, Dongalord is really sending it right over those tank traps, isn't he? But he's going to be okay. Keeps himself on his tracks. He is getting relatively low, though, and the ram will come through from Raspberry. Aussie survives for now. He is being blocked by Raspberry as well. This is great damage sharing from the Scorpions. Trax eventually able to slide a shot through, but in the end, obviously, he is going to lose this 1v1 against the 277.
Yeah, and you can see right now, actually, Trax goes, I'm going to focus on the main fight here. I think the shot goes astray from the IS-7. He's not going to have another shot into here. The 277 should have the DPM to go through. Now the problem, obviously, the E3 is still very healthy, and Russian is going to be ammo racked at this point. Raspberry actually great focus to eliminate CJ, who could have been another threat, but Gloucester is very healthy right now. Trax is There it is. He's going to go down. Raspberry with all 3 kills so far for Scorpions, but not over just yet. They need to start going on the side of Action X.
JT under a bit of pressure here, but will hit the important shot onto Gloucester, turning it into a 2-on-1, and now it is on to Val to trade that kill onto JT. If he does that, maybe he can clutch out the 1v1, but even that should be impossible. Tracking shot through, Val under pressure now, and I think it's done.
Raspberry, he even knocks the tracks away from the E3, so he can't land the shot onto JT. That is absolutely brilliant play from the Scorpions. I'm not gonna lie, the small stuff. Raspberry, who calls this guy 1-star anymore? JT in the mouse spots them. The AMXs are going to bleed out so much. Great Shimoka's fire coming in from the Super Conquerors. And the AMXs have done absolutely nothing at all. And the Scorpions now 1k in the lead. They found where the priority targets are. The ball is going to begin.
Yeah, it's once again the exact same thing we saw on Ghost Town, just leaving Aussie out there as a bit of a bait, a form of bait. He's the one on the end of the hook, and well, Action X have gone straight in on top of him, and the rest of the Scorpions have sprung the trap. Val goes down early. It's for a trade, 1-for-1. These resets start to come across, and I saw JT fire one on in there, but it didn't really do too much. Still 10 seconds. It means that Russian has to now send it forward, gets a big one, but also has to sacrifice a huge amount of his HP. Probably can't even get one more shot off here. It looks like he won't be able to. And I think with that, maybe this starts to become unwinnable for the Scorpions. JT, he's just going to have to try and put as much damage in as possible. I've actually finished off CJ, which could be massive in the grand scheme of things, because now I don't think Action X can cap out. It's 55 seconds for the 2 tanks on the cap, is it not? And that means Benny is going to run away and potentially still find a way to win this round.
Barring just a freak shot coming out, the Scorpions are booking their tickets into finals. 10 seconds. They might be able to spot him, but there's no way they can do enough damage. That is it. The Scorpions 4-0.
You want to steal the holiday spirit? You have to go through me.
How come I wasn't invited to the party?
And cut. Okay, guys, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for your brilliant effort. This was an amazing day. So, happy holidays, everyone.
Phew, what a day. I'm exhausted.
But we nailed it.
Yes.
And it's officially holiday season now.
God, finally, I cannot wait to get home.
Hey, little man. Did you enjoy that?
That was amazing, Dad. But please, can we get going now? It's the Holiday Express today.
Yeah, about that. I'm afraid I'm not going to make it this year, son.
Dad!
Hey, Arthur, come on, man. We got gear to pack.
I'm coming. Just give me a sec, okay? Look, Mikey. I still have work. And it's going to take a while.
Okay. Perhaps you can go next year.
Mikey, you'll understand one day. Chin up, yeah? We're going next year. I've got to get back to work, son.
Hey, are you okay?
What?
Someone steal your holiday spirit too?
No, it's just my dad. He's been really busy this time of the year. We'll go on a magical adventure next year. He promised.
We need to do something.
Don't worry. and know exactly what to do.
Can I show you something?
Dad, what's going on?
I'm not sure.
Ticket, please. All aboard!
Dad, it's the best holiday ever.
Create the holiday yourself and share the holiday spirit.
Come to us to celebrate and have fun together.
It's by far the most beloved sport in the world. Celebrated in every corner of the earth. From crowded cities to distant villages, from ice-cold northern shores to blazingly hot desert sands. And when that starting whistle blows, it's time for the real celebration, where everyone's invited. Even those who are missing out. Somehow, World of Tanks is celebrating too. Join us. The big game is on. Commanders, claim this month's striker package to receive the following. Ferenc, a unique commander. 3 starting whistle decals. 3 winning goal decals. 1 all-time classic medal. 1 day of World of Tanks premium account. 5 missions for 5 times XP. On top of that, you can also choose 2 from a list of 6 content items, including rental tanks, battle missions, and premium consumables. Celebrate the game with the Striker package. To get the package, click Claim Offer, link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts, and pick up your rewards in World of Tanks.
In the last video, we spoke about the attributes of key positions, but that was just the start. Today, we'll discuss how team players should interact during the early stages of battle and the paths players should take. Welcome to Initial Routes. During the countdown, it's important to remember that every vehicle on the team has its role, and for each role, there are fitting routes and positions. It's easy to understand that heavily armored vehicles will most likely head for the solid cover in the town, mobile tanks to where they can maneuver, and the vehicles with high accuracy and low survivability will likely occupy the balconies and hills with concealment on the second line. This will help you identify where to play in order to maximize support from your allies. This initial choice and how players travel to their position define the chance of victory for the team in many ways. Let's take a look at classic initial routes for light tanks that can play the role of a scout. These tanks have an excellent combination of mobility, view range, and concealment. Their task is reconnaissance, spotting the enemies on their initial routes. The more vehicles that are spotted over long durations, the better it is for your team. It's easier to understand how to do this if you remember that players aim to reach key positions. This means you can predict where they will go and what route they will take. Light tanks have two popular tactical recon methods. The first is called active spotting. Light tanks move dynamically in aggressive positions, keeping targets spotted while avoiding enemy fire. The second method is passive scouting. This consists of occupying a concealed position, which allows you to monitor the enemy's movement. These locations can be found on the majority of maps. Find and remember them. The choice of recon method depends on the situation and the mobility of a vehicle. The higher the mobility of a light tank, the better it is for the active scouting. Anyway, it's beneficial for a light tank to spot the movement of vehicles that are slow and have poor concealment when moving. Experienced light tank commanders mark locations on the minimap to inform their team of where they are spotting. This allows artillery to pre-aim at the location in anticipation for the enemies. Tanks, such as heavies and mediums that are traveling to their position, can aim their barrel towards the same location in advance. Once the enemy is spotted, tanks on the move can stop shortly to fire at the enemy. Artillery should also be able to fire at the enemy, and due to its shell's arced trajectory, it can hit the opponents even after they are no longer in the line of fire of other allies. Sometimes the result can be impressive, especially if the allies act in unison and there are players on the enemy team that don't think about safe routes, don't use the terrain for cover, or don't avoid the view range of light tanks by traveling along the red line. This is a very useful tactical move. It can give a significant advantage to a team that makes use of it. Despite seeming pretty simple to do, there are many hidden details under the hood, and you should know about them. Even if an allied light tank did everything well and there's a chance to cause significant damage, don't stop to shoot for too long. It may lead to a situation where the enemies pass the dangerous area, take key positions first, and aim at the positions your team is still traveling to. They will have the right of the first shot, giving them a chance to equalize the number of team hit points. The right of the first shot refers to being able to surprise opponents traveling to predictable locations and firing upon them and leaving quickly so that they cannot return fire. There are three factors to the right of the first shot. The factor of speed, allowing you to take a key position and pre-aiming for the enemy before they arrive. Secondly, the factor of predictability, anticipating an opponent to go for a specific position and aiming for them in advance. Thirdly, the factor of surprise, firing from a concealed location at opponents unaware of your position and are either distracted or exposing weak spots. Using these factors to your advantage, you can cause damage and save your hit points. The enemy will definitely try to retaliate, but it will take them a lot of time. First, they need to realize who fired at them and from where. Then, turn their turret, stop, and aim. This should be enough time to avoid them by returning to cover. The slower your vehicle is, the easier it is to lose the right of the first shot, and your hit points as a result. If you do lose the right of the first shot, remember, don't become an easy target for the enemy. For example, tanks like the Mouse and the T-110E3, which are extremely sluggish, don't have to stop at the start of the battle. Their main tasks are to move using safe routes, keep up with the allies, and take a position that will help hold the selected flank. In slow tanks, Keep moving along safe initial routes to reach key positions and stay alive. The speed of making decisions is as important as the speed of your vehicle for increasing the chance of victory. That's why, when a teammate provides you with an assortment of spotted enemy vehicles, it's important to stay cool and select a target which will lead to the best result. If there's only one target, it's simple. Every shot is a chance to cause damage. There's no other option, so fire away. If there are several targets, evaluate their armor and fire at the one that is easier to penetrate. It might have thinner armor, or it might be exposing its sides. Evaluate the firepower of your targets. Tanks with auto-loaders or high damage per shot should be your priority. This will help decrease the cost of mistakes for the allied vehicles on the front line. Evaluate the general tactical danger of the target. For example, light tanks that play too aggressively on open maps and expose themselves should be sent back to the garage first. This will give your team more freedom for maneuvering during all battle stages. On closed maps, the danger of light tanks at the start of the battle is not that significant. Heavily armored vehicles though, they run the show in this town. When you learn how to prioritize and damage targets quickly, you'll be able to proceed to the next level. Evaluate the danger of opponents to yourself personally. For example, if you're playing a heavy tank with poor gun depression and the enemy has a tank with a sturdy turret and good depression, you can assume that a skirmish on uneven terrain against this vehicle won't end in your favor. Eliminating this target before it takes a key position increases your chance to be among the top players by damage caused and will allow you to make a decisive contribution to the team's victory. If you think about everything we've discussed, you'll obtain one of the most important tanker's skills, the ability to analyze team setups and predict the course of a battle. This will help you define your role correctly, because it might differ from the role attributed to your tank in its description. For example, when there are no light tanks on the team, a medium tank with good speed characteristics can take on the role of a scout. And a heavy assault tank at the bottom of the list will be among the first to head to the garage if it tries to brawl against a vehicle 2 tiers higher. In situations like these, the role of a support vehicle will be more effective. You can let the higher tiered teammates go forward and play second fiddle, trying not to trade your hit points with the enemy's top tier vehicles. Or you can try to go to another flank and fight against vehicles of equal or lower tiers. To avoid getting into disadvantageous situations, try to evaluate the components of random battle tactics before the start of battle. Start with the simple ones, the key locations of the map, your place on the team list and your ability to play aggressively, the convenient positions for the different vehicle roles on both teams, the ability to crossfire and support each other. Then choose your position and the route you intend to take. When you've adjusted to this, try to gradually add one more point from the following list. The ability to spot and cause damage to vehicles on their initial routes. The dangers of being spotted by opponents and alternative safe initial routes to avoid detection. The speed of reaching positions and having the right of the first shot. The amount of options you have when coming into contact with opponents. And the ability of your vehicle to cause damage to enemies in a position and defending against return fire. Taking these things into consideration will lay the foundation of understanding the game, but of course, your prediction won't be 100% accurate. There are just too many unknown variables. But with time, you'll be able to achieve your goals easier. You will start to feel that you've become a stronger player. In the next video, we'll talk about ways to increase your mastery of World of Tanks. Stay tuned. Greetings, tankers. Many different situations occur on the World of Tanks battlefields, as each player thinks and plays differently. This allows for endless possibilities in the flow of a battle. It seems impossible to come up with the correct decisions for every situation possible, and that's true, but only to some extent. You can learn how to read the situation on the map correctly and then take decisions that are more likely to lead to victory. This is where knowledge of the main principles of team play can help. The parameters for winning in random battles are well known to players. Destroy all enemy vehicles or capture the enemy base. Using your understanding of a tank's characteristics and capabilities, the lineup of your team and where they are likely to go, and the multitude of situations that can occur on a variety of maps is called strategy. Tactics are a precise order of actions made by a player and their allies during a battle. These decisions are made by evaluating the situation and then responding to potential threats created by the movement of players on your team and the enemies, based on your vehicle's role. Here we can see some examples of game tactics on different maps. They show how well players understand routes of movement and firing lines from either side. Here we can see players optimizing their capabilities with an understanding of their tank's characteristics and map terrain. And here we can also see how the mechanics of view range and concealment, firepower and armor effectiveness, vehicle mobility and map terrain, team hit points and player psychology can affect the course of a battle. This may look overwhelming at first, but let's break it down for you right now. Any battle can be divided into 3 distinct stages: the start of the match, the main battle, and the end of the match. During the starting stage, players drive to positions where their tanks tend to excel in performance. The choice of position depends on the vehicle characteristics, map features that benefit the tank, and the team lineup for both teams. On the basic level of understanding tactics, a player should learn to select the right position for their vehicle. It should allow for spotting the enemy or firing at them depending on your vehicle role, while still protecting your vehicle to ensure a positive trade in hit points. There are many positions.
Oh my god, Brazil's just dead. What?
Dark Knight will get that shot in. He has one more shot. He takes out the other tank, and now it is impossible for the E100 to win.
And the Matildas do one better, and it does look like they will be the champions of Season 3. Matildas will take it.
There's the pummel party about to come out.
Yep, and Knight's the first point of focus, and Knight, oh my god, he's just been deleted.
I don't think he can hit the I-7 without the I-7 hitting him here.
Oh, he can, he's
saying?
actually insane. Unreasonable shot from Napalmer, but can he get the reload off? Can he survive? Does he know where Dell is? And does Wymo miss? No is the answer. Welcome back to the ANZPL Grand Final Day, Season 5, LAN time here at Fortress Melbourne. We're having a lot of fun. We had the show match earlier, but we have the big guns, the big players up on the stage. We have the Scorps, we have the Sense, and we've also got Elfish Guy and Cthulhu here with me, your boy Mac, bringing you all the fun and all the action. So, are you guys ready for a grand final?
I am.
Yes.
I am. I'm super ready for this grand final. Obviously, a rematch of the last one that we got to watch here in the Alienware Arena, and I am pretty keen to run it back. I thought that was a good grand final. Every single time we see these two teams match up against one another in the regular season as well, it goes to a pretty good distance. Sometimes not all the way, but generally speaking, it's quite a competitive match. I think this is the rivalry of the ANZPL, to be honest with you. So I'm super looking forward to it.
We got some chants starting already. This is great. It's going to be fun down here. And you guys can come down here as well. And if you do buy a ticket at the door, that's going to Jordan's moustache.
And your mustache.
And your moustache.
And my moustache.
And his moustache
Yes.
too. Because we're raising funds for Movember here. There's QR codes for everyone in the audience if you would like to donate. And then exclamation Movember in the chat. It's all for a good cause, of course. You know, my brain. Suicide prevention, of course. You know, mental health awareness. As well as prostate cancer awareness as well. Make sure you go get your prostate checked. Make sure you're nice and healthy. Many things wrong in the world, and this is just a little thing that can hopefully make things a little bit better as well. And of course, we've got a big flag here too. So eventually, Jordan said he's going to do
Don't hold it
laps.
upside down, Mac. That would be embarrassing.
I was checking. Hey, that's the right way. That's the right way, isn't
That's
it?
the one. There we go.
Is it
I'll
side?
help you
Beautiful.
hold.
There we go.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Jordan's out. I'm in. Jordan out. Here we go.
Oh, there
That's
we go.
beautiful.
Yeah,
There we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Now, if we
like
just-
There we go.
and then it's just me and Cthulhu. We're having a good time.
Yeah.
But of course, look, every dollar raised is going to go to some donation goals of mine. And then if we somehow miraculously make it to $8,000, Jordan's going to shave his head off as well.
My head off.
Your whole head off.
That wasn't part of the deal.
Now, that's where it's
I'll shave my hair off.
Shave his hair off. Mine's going too, so that'll be interesting. But that's a long way away, so I don't know if we're going to reach that in the next week.
I'm kind of hoping we don't, because I'm happy with my haircut right now.
And he's looking pretty smooth. You are too, Cthulhu. I'm loving you with your moustache. I like that you've committed to the bit with this. But of course,
anytime.
Put your eyes on that trophy.
Oh.
That is what they're playing for, the ANZPL Champion Trophy. Sentinels, of course, looking to come and get the W again. Whereas Scorpions, of course, look, coming in as the underdogs, but we've seen them play really well this split.
That's right. Yeah, look, I think obviously there's a lot to be said about this grand final, right? Back-to-back winners, the Sentinels, on land, so they're looking for the hat trick. As far as Scorpions are concerned, they played in the last one. They did go down. It was a reasonably competitive grand final as far as grand finals are concerned. So I think now they're better set up to actually challenge the Sentinels than they were last time around. I think this is going to be more competitive. I think they've had a better season. I'm hoping it's going to be more competitive, but obviously things can change when we get on land.
Ooh, speaking of things changing, we have our predictions to have a look at, and feast your eyes on this because your boy Mac, I think production as well, are both on 25 now. So let's see where everyone's at. And let's have a look at our predictions for the grand final as well. Cthulhu, Blue Panda, both going for the Scorps there. But there it is. So me, Wargaming, and production all got that one right. And
You're
I
actually in
am
the lead now.
In the lead, 25 big smackers, 25 points. So I think production's actually on 24. No? Oh, okay. So it is 14.
They really are bad.
Idiots. Look, but that's fun. Okay, so if Scorps win, then Blue Panda's going to jump up with me. If Sense win, I win. Yes, that's the only person that can catch me now, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. Jordan, what went wrong for you this season?
The teams trolled me.
Okay, the teams trolled
The teams
you?
that should have won, lost.
Right.
For example, Scorpions, the team in the grand final.
Yes.
They lost to Matildas.
Okay.
Who came last. Explain.
Exactly. Yeah, Cthulhu, explain. That's your job.
Look, I'm not going to lie. Even I'm not too sure what really happened. Look, I think in case of Matilda's, look, an occasional rush sort of finally worked out. The shots finally connected, and at the end of the day, the RNG was in their favor in that case.
There it is. The mullet in the flesh.
It's so beautiful. Look, it's even has like sparkles in it as well. It's just that great.
Benny is just absolutely fabulous, isn't he?
He is.
Looking over towards the Sense, though, we got Wymo, in that spot closest to his rivals, so he's going to be doing a lot of the yelling. You could see even on the replays.
He's chosen that by design.
Yeah, that's
100%.
by design there.
But that was also, if you watched the replays when we were coming back from the break, those replays from last season when they won, he was the first to pop off, run across, get real excited about it too, very vocal, and he's already had some chants for him in the audience too.
I do remember Dell getting up as well out of his chair at one point last event, I think in a pretty critical round. I mean, there was a couple of quite critical rounds at the last grand final, so I'm hoping that's going to be the case again. I mean, traditionally, actually, Sentinels have been a little bit better in those clutch moments. Even during the regular season, we saw that match between these two teams in the playoffs, which we sort of thought, actually, maybe in some cases, Scorpions looked like the better team, but they still lost the round because of the clutch factor from the Sentinels.
Also, crowds filling up. Those $10 tickets that are going to the Movember fundraiser. Also, that gets you on the bar tab too, which just opened up about 40 minutes ago. So
Nice.
plenty of drinks flowing. You can get yourself a hot tog as well as some themed drinks down at the bar here at Fortress Melbourne. So, make sure you come on down if you're in Melbourne, in the vicinity. Make sure you get down here. And Jordan will give you a firm handshake because he's very
That's right. I've been practicing with myself.
And handsome, aren't you?
That's right. I am? I'm handsome. Yep. I agree.
Can confirm.
Very good. Now, look, let's get back on track. Let's talk about the teams. Let's start moving into the brass tacks. Let's talk Sense first because they are the returning champions. They've got a whole bunch of experience and all season we're doing so well. But coming in as I guess we're going to call them minor premiers, right? Through that regular season, they are the team to beat right now.
Well, I mean, technically, I don't think they're the minor premiers because Scorpions did come out in first
did they?
seed, if I'm not wrong, which I'm pretty sure they were.
Scorpions were the first seed.
I mean, it depends, right? What's your argument? Did they come into this particular grand final as first seed? Yes, because they did win that playoffs game. But did they go into playoffs first seed? No. Scorpions was the first seed out of the regular season. A couple of losses during the regular season for Sentinels. They had an overtime loss against the Scorpions, who they also then went on to beat a little bit later on in the season and then in playoffs. So as far as the head-to-head is concerned between Sentinels and Scorpions, the Sentinels have that. They did lose, though, to Action X a couple of times in the season, and that was where things kind of went wrong for Sentinels.
Yeah, but that's all right. That was like their crux, right? It was just one of those things where it's like, that's that one.
It felt like a bit of a kryptonite kind of situation.
Yeah. Are we expecting anything crazy from Scorps today as well? Look, so this is the lineup that they're bringing. This is the lineup that they were playing with last week as well. So no subs. I'm pretty sure that's what JT was saying in the interview.
Yeah.
And look, JT said, their scrims are going well. They're really happy. And they have a game plan. They have a very solid game plan. So I can't wait to see if that unfolds well or if Sense are going to be bringing something different.
Yeah, look, I reckon Scorps definitely have one of the better chances this time against Sentinels. I mean, you look at their general track record throughout the whole playoffs, or not the playoffs, the whole group stage. And yeah, as the bullet points do also state, the first in a regular season. And they are one of the few teams that they don't really make a whole lot of changes to their roster. They stuck around with the same players. The only really different thing that happened between Season 4 and 5 is the fact that they obviously started varying who plays on the day, and obviously the change in the map pool, given that Season 4, one of the most favorite maps has been Mines. Obviously, that has been taken out at the very beginning of Season 5.
Yeah.
But with some of the newest introductions, including the Siegfried line, they actually managed to do pretty well. Namely, actually, Himmelsdorf and Prokhorovka ended up being one of their most played maps, with Himmelsdorf actually sporting an 81% win rate across 11 games, and then Prokhorovka with 78% win rate across 14 games. So that is 11 games out of 14 that was won for them. So arguably, I reckon they were able to actually expand their map pool pretty well, all things considered.
Okay.
And with the introduction of Benny on a much more regular basis, they've managed to actually start varying their playstyles as well.
And look, Scorps, they've also got, Raspberry doing a whole bunch of work. He was on that fantasy team of the season, which we looked at ages ago at the start of the show. And they're doing pretty well. They're doing pretty well for themselves. But is that improvement going to transfer well onto a LAN live finals? There's the extra pressure of the crowd here. There's the extra discomfort of playing in a position that isn't just in your bedroom.
Yeah, I think it's one of the big question marks around this team, isn't it, right? You've already obviously got JT, Aussie, Russian, all with that LAN experience now, having played in the last season final. But the eyes are going to be on Benny and Raspberry, and those two players, obviously the ones on your screen right here, have actually come into this roster, a fair while ago, but it really feels like they've only come into their own this season. They've been getting a lot of game time this season, and they've really been on the improve. I've liked what I've seen from both of these teams, and I think it's been really good for the Scorpions to be able to have that flexibility amongst their roster.
Yeah.
You've obviously got Knight and Napalmer in the back pocket there as well, who are both really accomplished and veteran players themselves. So it doesn't really feel as though there's a weak link necessarily on this Scorpions roster. But obviously the question is how are Raspberry and Benny going to go on the stage? Because they're the two that have not got that experience so far. Of all the players on the stage, they are the only two.
His stats are insane. Like, look at that graph up the top next to his little picture there. He's almost maxing out in every single way. And that's like in comparison to everyone else that has been playing in the league over the whole season too. So that's very good statistics. Russian, he's been doing work. Look, accuracy could probably use a little bit of improvement. But the rest of the stats looking real nice here for him as well.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Russian has been one of the core players of Scorpions for multitude of play days, multitude of seasons as well.
Yeah.
And amidst the whole lineup, he's been one of the big sort of flanker players. You would see him on something like 50B, something like a Bat Chat, and he would always be the one to find those finishing frags. Or rather, actually, between himself and even Aussie, who actually managed to sort of find his own sort of even playstyle within this season.
Look, 84% pen, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. In comparison to, some of the other, post-match stats we were seeing from this season, there was some crazy moments where some teams were getting completely ripped off, getting like less than 50% pen rate and just not working out. Do you think that we're going to see some crazy tanks because the map pool's just so deep for this final?
I don't know that we're going to see any super crazy pocket picks. Like, I mean, I think obviously for some of these teams, you know, they've got their tanks that they like to head toward, but I don't think it's going to be anything out of the ordinary, let's just say.
Yeah, 100%. Now, look, path to victory for the Sents here as well. You can see, as Cthulhu was touching on before, 50% win rate on every map except Proc, proven clutch factor on big stage. So, look, as you mentioned, LAN experience going to come in as a huge advantage, you'd think.
Well,
you never know. Like, on paper, you think it's a big advantage, but then when, you know, the energy's going around in the room, when we're in game, throw it out the window. Look, if Scorps are playing out of their mind today, if they somehow find the clutch factor themselves, then, you know, Sentinels could be in trouble.
Yeah, look, I think the first big advantage that Sentinels have is that Prokhorovka is not a very good map for them, and that's weird to say because normally you wouldn't say an advantage is having a bad map, but the fact that Prokhorovka is not a great map for them, and it actually is coincidentally quite a good map for Scorpions. You'd expect that to just be gone straight away, so that's sort of two birds, one stone. Although, you know, historically, actually, they have been able to beat Scorpions on that map. I remember that clutch Wymo 1v2 against Raspberry and Aussie was on Prokhorovka, so let's not count out that clutch factor, as was said on the graphic there, and we've spoken about it as well. These guys are really clutch. I don't think that they suffer any nerves necessarily. They're not the kind of team that gets in their own head. A lot of them have experience, or in fact, all of them have experience on LAN here in the finals. But end of the day, it is a roster that's going to be quite formidable. Once they get on top of you, they're just going to grind you into dust. And I think the way that that Scorpions could actually win this series is by getting ahead early. If they don't get ahead early, I don't expect them to be able to make a comeback happen against Sentinels, because we know Sentinels is a very stoic, tenacious roster. They're not going to go down without a fight. If they get ahead, it's done. If they get behind, I'm still going to say there's a chance Sentinels win.
Cindy looking real serious at the moment, like getting ready for this one to start. 35 battles played, that's pretty much... Is that almost every single game this season?
Not quite, I don't think. The one that pretty much played every single game this season would have been returned. I think Cindy was sort of in and out a little bit. I can actually have a quick look here. Cindy played 87% of the battles. Only Return and Rainbow played 100%. So for those two, they're kind of like the core. But you've got Wymo Dell, who generally do tend to play the vast majority of games as well. And then it's kind of between Cindy and Roendi, but Cindy obviously getting far, far, far more game time than Roendi is. And so I think we've got the strongest five that we could possibly get from the Sentinels. And it's obviously good to see them back again on LAN. And I think they're going to be the favorites coming into this. There's no real argument you can make to say Sentinels should not be the favorites.
There's the crowd favorite. Also rocking his extremely famous moustache, yawning as well. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign for the Sens. But look, he's, of course, taking part in Movember, as we all are, doing it, raising that awareness, and, also just looking real handsome too on the cameras there for the Sentinels.
That's the one. Look, I mean, yeah, Sentinels have definitely managed to make themselves the favorites going into this one. Obviously, all of their statements so far going into this final as well have been very confident about, well, we're going to be the ones to lift up the trophy. Even, pre-match, there's been a whole lot of confident statements. But look, I mean, there's always space for, overconfidence could creep in at the very unexpected moment, and underdogs could really come out with a win.
It is time.
It is time
to have a look at where we're going to be playing the grand final and what is going to get banned out of the pool. Jordan, what's this first ban?
Well, I would like to see Prokhorovka banned away by Sentinels. I think that's going to be one of the maps that Scorpions is going to want to angle toward. Scorpions taking out Sand River is a little bit of a change up on things. The last time we got to see these two teams play, that was actually the remaining map in the pool.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that tells us a whole lot. We didn't really get to see much of the Sand River between them. Tundra as the ban.
So Proc's in.
Again, makes a degree of sense because Sentinels have tried to angle away from Tundra this season. It was their first ban in the last matchup these two teams played. So I'm not hugely surprised to see it banned away, and I think there is an element maybe of confidence when it comes to Prokhorovka for the Sentinels, knowing that they did actually have a decent head-to-head against Scorpions on that map. So maybe they've just sort of looked at it and said, we're going to throw down the gauntlet and see what you're going to throw at us.
Well, let's have a look at where we're going to be going for map 1. It is Proc picked by the Scorps, so maybe that's going to be free-ish on paper.
Don't think it's free. I don't think it's free.
No? Okay, not free. But it will be an interesting one to start. So
good
Scorps
pick.
are going to have a pretty good chance on that map. Let's have a look at map 2.
Himmels? I want to guess
probably
Himmels,
yeah. Maybe I'm thinking, yeah, Himmelsdorf probably Ghost Town is going to be sort of the two picks for Sentinels. Muro. Okay. So here's actually well, not the weird part, but the strange part about that pick. Muro is actually the second worst map technically for the Sentinels because that is the map that sports a direct 50% win rate, although it's been only 2 battles that Sentinels played on that map. So Muro technically, well, in tandem with Prokhorovka are the 2 maps that they would statistically would want to avoid.
Yeah.
But look,
getting them out of the way early.
With that said, it's not a very good map for Scorpions, so you can kind of see the
that is true.
The thought process there for the Sentinels. Cliff, I think, great pick for Sentinels, makes 100% sense. It's not a good map necessarily for the Scorpions. They have a good head-to-head against... Sentinels have a good head-to-head against Scorpions on that map, and it's a great map for the Sentinels, historically speaking.
Here's a fun fact, though. The Cliff Attack, last time they've played in the last finals, Cliff Attack was the only round that was actually won by Scorpions last season. So we could see some clutch play.
Is this going to be Himmelsdorf, the next pick from Scorpions?
Yeah, it is.
It has to be, because, look, Prokhorovka, Himmelsdorf, those are the 2 go-tos this season for Scorpions. It makes a lot of sense for them to be going toward them. My only concern is that I also think Himmelsdorf is a pretty good map for the Sentinels. It's always been one of their strongholds, so it's a bold choice. I think, look, I'm looking at this and I'm Sentinels and I'm saying this has gone exactly the way we would have expected it to and probably hoped that it would.
Well, let's have a look at the final pick and what's going to be left over for the tiebreaker. It is Siegfried Lions.
Okay.
So that's what's left in the map pool, and I just need to ask, Jordan, which way is this going? What's your gut saying?
I mean, look, gut always says Sentinels. I don't think that there's any argument really to make against them. They are the back-to-back champions. They have the LAN experience. They have the head-to-head experience as well against Scorpions this season. It's a 2-to-1 split, so advantage there goes to Sentinels. The only thing I can say is, look, it's been a better season for Scorpions this season. I think they're more prepared, as I've said multiple times, for this grand final against the Sentinels. So if we were going to see a win for the Sentinels on LAN, it would be coming this season. But I can't, in my right mind, I can't make a convincing argument, or a more convincing argument, rather, to predict for Scorpions than what I can for
What
Sentinels.
about Cthulhu? In 30 seconds, wrap it up for me. How is Scorps going to win this? Because you predicted for him. You have to think there's hope.
Yeah, look, I'm still down with this. I'm still down with my prediction and keen for it. Himmels, I'm actually quite keen for it because, yes, you mentioned that both teams do like it, but you look at it even statistically. Again, Himmels, 11 games with 81% win rate for Scorpions. For Sentinels, it's been only 9 games with 66% win rate for them. So theoretically, you're looking at Himmels, it could still go the Scorpions' way. So if we are seeing the initial momentum to be gained by Scorpions and then they come back on Himmels, that's their game plan. That's their win condition.
One thing I will say as well is that if we do ultimately get to that tiebreaker, Siegfried line, it did go quite well for Scorpions last time these 2 teams matched up. They won both on the attack and the defense. One of those rounds was a little bit close. The other was a little bit one-sided. So maybe there's an argument to be made that if it goes all the way to the tiebreaker, it could be Scorpions' advantage.
Well, I'll tell you where we're going. To kick off the grand final, it's going to be Proc. Let's see if Scorps, the underdogs, can make this happen, or if Sents are going to start things off with a W in map 1.
Well, off we go on to Prokhorovka. It is home ground territory for the Scorpions. 78% win rate, and it is their most played map. You have to say, if there was going to be anywhere to start your campaign in this grand final for the Scorpions, it would be right here on this map.
Absolutely. I mean, already Aussie kicking it off pretty quickly, gaining some control over the village side of Prokhorovka, should be establishing a pretty good foothold. An M454, IS-7, 2 S-Kongs, this is looking great right now because, I mean, you look at the congestion, yes, there's 2 S-Kongs sitting at the back ridge that would be able to cover the 60 TP. The general overpush play from the 2 S-Kongs should be able to overpower the 60 TP, though. What I'm liking from Scorpions, though, IS-7 and CS63, Aussie playing in tandem with Raspberry could be good.
Yeah, look, I don't know about this one, though. Raspberry's kind of getting farmed. He's out in the open. Sentinels have set things up nicely. On this same token, Rainbow is taking a lot of damage as well. So maybe if you're the Scorpions here, you're not too disappointed to be taking this trade. You're losing HP on your IS-7. It's not ideal, but you're actually taking out a Super Conqueror. That is a massive start for the Scorpions. They've dumped over mid. Cindy's in trouble. He's in a 4-on-1. There's no way he gets out of here alive.
Yeah, he should get farmed here ASAP right now, right here, without being allowed to sink any more damage. Already 3,000 being brought in, introduced. Raspberry might just get traded out, but right now the M454s might just be a little bit too late to the party and will get minced as well.
Well, Well, hook, line, and sinker, Scorpions have baited Sentinels into their setup, and now it is just a case of closing this game out, which, I will remind you, has sometimes been a bit of a problem for the Scorpions. They've had advantages against the Sentinels that they've lost. This looks like an unlosable fight, but stranger things have happened between these two teams.
Very much so. JT about to finish up his reload. That's going to be another big chunk of damage to fly in. Unfortunately, the CS63 was not able to sink any more damage. So right now, Del could very much still able to just out damage. But right now, the crossfire between JT and Raspberry means that it's all a fall. Wymo is the last man standing.
Yeah, well, look, Wymo's clutched out a game on Prokhorovka against the Scorpions before, but I don't think so in this circumstance. It's a 1-on-4. Benny will take the cake. Scorpions start strong.
Big win coming through for Scorps. That's a great way to kick off the grand final and your map choice on the attack.
Yep.
Are we expecting Sense to change something up there? Because they kind of just got rolled.
Yeah, look, it didn't really feel like they got to play that game at all. They fell straight into the trap that the Scorpions had set. Look, I almost felt like I fell into that trap as well. I saw Raspberry in that IS-7 driving in the open territory. I thought he's going to get farmed. He kind of did get farmed, but Scorpions had a plan B, or they had the plan A that was working in that sense.
That's it, right?
They traded Rainbow down. They took out the more important tank. You always happen to take out a Super Conqueror for an IS-7, and in fact, they didn't even lose their IS-7. And from there, Curtains, it starts a bit of a waterfall, and Scorpions walk away with a really clean victory there. So, look, I got to say, really decisive stuff from Scorpions. It's not often that you get such a fast game of Prokhorovka, and at the start of the series, I think that's got to be a great confidence builder for the Scorpions. And remember what I said before this game started. If Scorpions is going to win this, they have to do it from the front. They can't be doing it from behind. Already exactly what they need.
Yeah, I feel like the storms are brewing. I feel like Scorps, they're coming in, they're feeling really good after a win like that. And look, going into the defense, I feel like they could do something pretty similar. Just get up in Sen's face, you know, be as disruptive as possible, as aggressive, and just catch them sleeping. That's kind of what we just saw, right?
Exactly, yeah. Look, as long as they're able to continue that pressure, as long as they don't let off that sort of that pedal to the metal, they can absolutely keep on pushing the Sentinels here. Ideally, they would want to get a 2-0 here on Prokhorovka, because as soon as Sentinels even start slowly chipping away at their momentum, that's when things get really, really dicey. I mean, remembering even the very first match of the playoffs, they were going back and forth, 1-1 across the first 2, if not 3 maps.
Yeah.
And then it all went down towards the Sentinels line. So this right here, the momentum needs to continue.
Now, anything you want to touch on as we're looking at the replays? Because both of you felt like, or looking at the stats rather, both of you wanted to say so much then, because the game was so short. There was just so much happening at once. But look at that. Dell just farming with over 3K for the Sentinels. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing because you got Rainbow, who has been one of the big carries this season, just getting knocked out.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's got 100% accuracy rate and pen rate with 0 damage. I'm not sure how that works. But look, end of the day, I think obviously when you lose a Super Conqueror as early as Sentinels did, Rainbow, whether he's done 0 damage or whether he's got 1 or 2 shots in, it's really much of a muchness at that point. He hasn't done his job in that tank, and so you really want to be seeing numbers more like the 2.5 to 3 to 4K damage out of your Super Conq. They don't get that. You're basically playing 4v5. It's not really going to work when you're playing in that kind of an environment.
So let's had a good experience with that.
Got a bit of insight. So Rainbow actually did shoot and did connect 3 times.
Tracking
didn't
shots.
Pen, didn't do any damage.
Oh,
so
that's tragic.
Oh. Just lost the roll of the dice that time, it seems. Have a look at JT, though. Over 4K.
But look, even what I'm saying there, though, Mac, is even if he does do, let's say, 3 shots of damage, if he's hit 3 times, if he pens 3 times, that 3 shots worth of damage doesn't make a difference in the way that game played out. That
100%.
was so one-sided for the Scorpions. Look, maybe maybe Raspberry goes down, if that's the case, because I assume that's who he's firing at. Maybe they take out Raspberry. But that's not necessarily where the fight was lost. The fight was lost when Rainbow went down and Cindy gets isolated in mid. So if Raspberry goes down or not, it's much of a muchness as far as Scorpions are concerned. He's done his job by soaking damage and by drawing the attention of the Sentinels.
Now look, that's going away from your prediction, of course, not going Sentinels. But did you have any of those players on your fantasy team? Did you update it before today?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, I actually have 3 of the Scorpions players on my fantasy team and only 2 Sentinels players. I just sort of thought there was a little bit more value in the Scorpions players. So while I think Sentinels might actually walk away with the win, I think in terms of fantasy points ratings, Scorpions are actually going to provide a little bit there. So I've gone, I've kind of a little bit of hedged my bets. If Scorpions wins, I'm probably going to be pretty happy because my fantasy team will do well. If Sentinels wins, I'll be happy because my prediction will do well.
Now, what's going on here, Cthulhu? Anything you want to touch on as we're getting a look at the replays, everything that did go down in that very, very short game?
Yeah, look, for what it's worth, I think it was just the unfortunate sort of timing in terms of the positioning for the Sentinels, the way how they've positioned the two S-Kongs, but they were sort of on the very elevated position, which meant that a lot of the hull parts of the Super Conqueror have been exposed. And from there on, look, things definitely went absolutely downhill because it basically turned the whole side, the whole north side of Prokhorovka into an absolute firing range for Scorpions to absolutely use and abuse. So, look, yeah, the fact as well that Raspberry was able to stay alive and provide the crossfire as well, whilst not the most amount of damage, it was a very impactful amount that really provided a really good sort of leverage over the remaining few tanks, especially the two M454s that were trying to sort of boost over to try to save Cindy. But even then, yeah, look, all for nothing, yeah.
Well, let's see if they live a little bit longer going into round 2. Do you expect, like, do you think we're going to see double S-Conk again?
Yes.
Like,
Yes. I think double S-Conk on Prokhorovka almost a must in a lot of cases. It's a great tank on that map, really great DPM, great accuracy. You know, it's got an excellent gun. Sure, the mobility's not great, but it's literally the perfect tank for that map, right? You play, hold down. It's got everything you pretty much want except for mobility. But yeah, you pretty much have to go for the S-Konks. I think both these teams really love that tank as well. You've got a lot of really capable Super Conk players on both teams, so we should be seeing a lot of that. I don't think we're going to see as fast of a game here, though. Sentinels should not be losing that quickly every day of the week.
Well, I have heard that they are going to be using the most common, most used lineup with these tanks going into the attack side now. So let's see if they can turn it around and keep it even at one apiece, or if Scorps can get off to a huge advantage in the grand final.
Look, I'm definitely looking forward to what Scorpions could really bring out here. Already I'm seeing a double M454, the Stritzman as well to come up from Russian. He managed to gain almost notoriety on this very map, on this specific tank, where he was able to actually play around the A0 position and farm up an absolute storm. I believe it was something incredible across the lines of 6k damage, if not more. And that was an absolute meat grinder.
Well, there's that lineup you're talking about as well, Mac. The double IS7, double Super Conk CS63, that has been the go-to for the Sentinels all season long. They love this. They love the double IS7. Of course, you love the double Super Conk. It's just so much damage, and you need to throw a CS63 in there as well, just for a bit of spotting presence, a bit of mobility, you know, a bit of rotation possibility as well. So I like the setup for Sentinels, but the fact that Dell has just been boomed like that down to 600 HP is awful news again from Sentinels. And look, this is going to show you that the Scorpions are way more prepared for this map than the Sentinels are.
Absolutely. I mean, look at even the perimeter that they have established. It's like almost like a rectangle that they've managed to establish from sort of the B2 to B6 and up until that middle ridgeline. They managed to actually lock down their positions really well. Interestingly enough, we do see the S-Kong on the one line attempting to do what usually is like is a job for something like a 277 or an IS7, but instead the IS7s are currently playing in the ditch around the C9.
Well, Slow and Steady wins the race now for Sentinels, but I'm not sure that's exactly how they'd like to be playing this. It's almost as if they're stuck in that river in the top right quadrant of the map. I mean, once you're in there, it's very difficult to get out of, particularly when you're on 600 HP and a CS63. So Scorpions kind of have the run of things right now. And again, they're going to be able to find themselves an overmatch.
Oh no, yeah, Rainbow's in a whole lot of danger right now. It's a triple player party going towards just, well, completely isolating Rainbow. Could bring in a whole lot of problems as well, because, well, Return might have a few shots here, but this is not a favorable trade unless Rainbow is able to escape. That could be the big play here, because right now a whole lot of bits of the hull are being exposed. JT is sub 1k. This could still be a big play, because even with the 2k HP difference, this could work.
It doesn't matter, because Sentinels are losing the fight across all facets of the map. They lost up on the 0 on the A line. They lost on the 0 line. Obviously, Rainbow is stuck. He can't get out of there. He's in an awful spot. Yeah, Cindy's a full HP Super Kong, but what are you going to do from the other side of the map? Okay, you can get a couple of cross shots. But, I mean, it's a 5-on-3. This is, again, a fantastic scenario for the Scorpions. They've got overmatches. They've isolated Return. They're going to be doing the exact same thing to Rainbow in just a second. JT's kind of gatekeeping him from being able to get out to safety. And, yeah, I mean, there's just nowhere really to go here for the Sentinels. This is round over.
Yeah, this is definitely looking very, very scary, very difficult for Sentinels. Prokhorovka is certainly showing as being one of the worst tanks. In comes the push and the jump. Here's the hit as well. Full-on finish on Rainbow. Goodbye. Back to the garage. And right now it's only one player remaining. Cindy will need to try to do anything, but at this point, there's no options.
It's impossible. World of Tanks is not a game you can win a 1v5 in. It just does not happen. And Cindy will go down.
There it is.
Aussie picks it up, and that is a 2-0 lead for the Scorpions. Now, before you all get excited, I want to remind you, there has been many a time the Scorpions have been up 2-0 against the Sentinels and still lost. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch. That was Scorpions' map. Great start. But they need to keep up the pace.
They certainly do. And you have to remember as well, look, 2-0, usually that's a pretty good scoreline in the old best of 5, or, you know, best of 3, whatever it usually is. But here we are, 2-0 in a best of 9. It's a great start, but that's like, what, 5 more that you need to get? Or three more at least. That's another whole map and a half of wins. Ridiculous. That's still a long way to go. And this is where we start to move into Sentinels territory. So they got that rough one out of the way, didn't ban it, wanted to get Tundra out and just let Proc in. Scorps, way better team on that map. You saw exactly what just happened there. And now moving towards the next couple of maps, that's where Sens are really just going to be able to hit back. But the crowd absolutely loving the beginning of an upset, if that was what you really want to call it. Yeah. Scorp's looking good. The stats, they'll be coming up in a moment. And I feel like, look, Raspberry's going to be absolutely farming there. Yeah. That charge towards the end, that was pretty
so
nice.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I got to say, Prokhorovka definitely looked like a much more polished experience from Scorpions, comparative to what we've seen during even the regular season, where they were just sort of trading the points back and forth. This is a much more coordinated play. But at the same time, I'm a little bit almost questioning what's happening in terms of Sentinels, because this has been sort of a bit of a mention during the regular season that, look, sometimes there's, you know, an off chance that players within the Sentinels camp could get a little bit, you know, frustrated, a little bit of a tilt. I mean, remembering the comm replay from, I believe, the first or the second week as well, there's been quite some tilt starting to settle in. So I'm not saying that it is the case here, but there's certainly a few possibilities starting to sort of pop up here and there. I mean, you look at even the damage numbers. Del Wymo sub 1k damage, whilst the rest of the team were trying to pick up the slack. It definitely shows sort of the story that, look, an attempt was made, but attempt was countered very heavily.
Look, I don't think it's an individual thing for Sentinels. It's not as if the players themselves individually are playing poorly or, you know, missing crucial shots or whatever. It's just that the positioning and the overall strategy from the Sentinels has been completely hard countered by Scorpions. You cannot win that game when you've got 3 tanks stuck in the river, when you've got Del down to 600 HP off the bat. Same thing happens in the first game. You can't win that as Sentinels when Rainbow is dead within the first couple of minutes of the game in a Super Kong. It just doesn't happen. So something fundamentally has to change for the Sentinels in terms of their setups rather than their individual gameplay.
Oh, the moment as well. Rainbow, look, keeping himself alive by dropping into the ditch. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the Sens to bring it back. But these replays, look, providing a whole bunch of fun.
I mean, this is a great metaphor for how that game went. Like, you're an IS-7 driving in an STRV that's held down, angled right at you. You're never penning that. You're not getting through, and you're just getting farmed. And that kind of felt like that game. That whole map of Prokhorovka, in a nutshell, was Sentinels just trying to get anything done, and Scorpion saying, no, we're not interested.
There's the charge. Raspberry, look, keeping it fun. Of course, it was Benny who did a lot of the farming there. 4,000 damage with the mullet buff coming into the grand final, so he's going to be pretty happy. And did you have Benny on your fantasy team?
No, I don't think I have Benny. I'm pretty sure I've got JT, Aussie, and Russian, I want to guess.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Either Russian or Raspberry.
I'll let you have that. Now, look, moving forward, map number 2 is going to be a very interesting affair. Are we expecting Sens to pick up the pace, change it back up, you know, get that confidence back? Because it didn't look like in those player cams that they were too happy with how Proc went. But they were also sort of discussing what's happening after this map. You know, you could tell that they were just trying to keep the mental as strong as possible. Look, it's 2-0. Yeah, that's going to be in the back of your mind. But
you've still got time. You've still got plenty of time and plenty of maps to play.
Look, I think on map 2, I think that we might see them sort of start pulling a bit of a comeback. We've seen them, be quite good in terms of the endurance game, where Sentinels can definitely, let through a couple of rounds, make sure that maybe sort of lure almost their opponents to that full sense of security and sort of pull a bit of a comeback from there on. The one thing that they have managed to prove us in full, that the maps that they know how to play, that they are very comfortable on, they can absolutely decimate their opponents, even by just literally playing by the book, sort of World of Tanks.
It's a bit of an interesting veto strategy, I think, from Sentinels, because they've kind of gone towards their opponent's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Scorpions have gone towards their own strengths. So, bit of a change up in mentality between the two teams there. We're going on to Muro next, which is neither a great map for Sentinels nor a great map for Scorpions historically. Now, obviously, if you've picked that map as Sentinels, the thought process would be that they have actually put a bit of work in on this map and they do have something to come prepared with. And I got to say, I agree with Cthulhu. I think that they will be coming back with a degree of force on this map because, yeah, it has been bad for Scorpions. When we've seen Scorpions play this map, they've really looked like they don't know how to play it very well. They've been in a bit of a shambles.
The other day where Scorps won by surviving at the end? And it was
no,
like
that
really
was
close?
Siegfried line, and I believe that was Sentinels surviving at the end, if that might be what you're referring to.
Oh, this is Muravanka, isn't it?
Muravanka, no.
This is the one with the big grass, like the grass and out in the open?
There's a lot of grass out in the open. But I'm almost certain you're thinking of Siegfried line, and it was Sentinels that ran away. It was Dell that ran away. But anyway, you can tell me when we get in on this map. And does this look familiar?
No, this is not Siegfried line. I said Muravanka. You're right. You are right. My brain, it's failed me. But look, we're getting into map 2 of the grand final. Let's see if Scorps can make this happen, make it a 3-0, or if Sense can hit back.
Well, I mean, can they make it a 4-0 even, right? That's not even the end of the series, by the way. That's the beauty of the best of 9 that we do have here. Even if they 2-0 this map as well, series is not over. Sentinels can still come back.
That is a very interesting lineup that is being brought in by Sentinels here.
Predicting for a 2-0 for the Sentinels or for the Scorpions on Muravanka. I'm not so sure I'm bold enough to claim that just yet.
Yeah, look, Muravanka definitely is a bit of an odd one. Not a whole lot of competitive players seem to be enjoying it. I've been honestly enjoying the changes that came to it because it definitely allowed a lot of flexibility on that map. But speaking of the set flexibility, Mouse being introduced by Sentinels, I think we actually seen that one being introduced by them before during either the regular or the playoffs. I'm not too sure. Ooh. And I do believe it was Wymo that was eventually bullied out in the open because, I mean, you look at that. You do still have the M454 technically playing in the backline to support the Mouse. But last time they tried to contest the village, or the town, well, however you want to call it, it did not go too well. And I mean, look how spread thin the Sentinels are across the whole map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different style to what we would be used to seeing on Prokhorovka. A lot of the time that push comes towards the 1 flag more than toward the 2 flag, but both teams actually kind of putting a bit of prio on the Magic Forest. The double IS-7 push through that area of the map is interesting to me. Rainbow is lit, so Scorpions will be well aware of what is happening there, at least in the case of one of the IS-7s. I think you can probably take a bit of an educated guess that both would be there. And look, as you say, I mean, the information started to come through here for the Scorpions. And again, they're being able to find these overmatches. It looks like Wymo now is going to be the focus of fire. And this is just such a problem for the Sentinels. They are not playing the way they normally do. They're not normally the team that gets isolated like this. But there is a counterpunch this time at the very least.
There
Sentinels
it is.
Can play that cross-map gameplay.
There it is, yeah. 2 isolated matchups. Dell is still trying to help and get some more damage into Russian. Russian, though, needs to stay alive here. First kill does go in favor of JT. Right now, the battle of the 2 IS-7s versus 2 7-7s needs to also come through in favor of Scorpions. But right now, yeah, this is all starting to fall apart. Sentinels, once again, the comeback potential is big here.
Well, good shot from Rainbow, really focusing down on that low HP target. Raspberry out of the picture. But you do have to remember as well, Aussie still exists in a full HP Super Conk. So that could be a difference maker later on in the game, depending on how much work Benny can do, how much work JT can do. So we're down to a 2-on-3. But Benny and Ozzy still relatively healthy, Sydney quite low. There's still a world where Scorpions can clutch this one out, and now we'll get to see whether or not Scorpions have that clutch ability that Sentinels showed us they have in the regular season.
Very much so, yeah. Benny playing for the mobility does eliminate Cindy. We back into the 2v2, but right now Return has the upper hand over Benny. If the Super Kong off Aussie will be able to assist here, this could be big, and in fact it does. There's a lot of damage being dealt here but no Ignite right now. Benny needs to connect this shot, and it needs to be a high roll. No, he does not pen. Returned should be able to get the killing shot here. And he indeed will. It's all down to Aussie to try to do anything for 20 HP and a dream.
Yeah, and the issue with that, in that hole, meanwhile, that Aussie is trying to help Benny out, which I don't think is a bad decision. He's kind of making this... he's making a trade. He's saying, I'm going to help you out, but I'm completely sacrificing my 1v1. And Dell is farming Aussie that whole time. So Sentinels bounce back. It was a close round, but it's now 1-2.
It certainly is, and it's not over yet. Sentinels, if they can make this 2-2 on the next map, oh, that's going to look a little bit crazy. But that was crazy, right? Sentinels almost getting isolated, almost getting caught out, but they had their own game plan that they were able to execute this time. It's a bit of a counter strategy, pushing. There was a moment where Cindy did a little bit of team damage onto Return, and say if Return did fall, just lost that little battle, extra bounce there, that could have been, consequential and ruined the game, ruined the map. But it didn't work because Sense still managed to come through with the mid. So it wasn't too big of a deal, but it could have been, theoretically.
Yeah.
So interesting that they brought this one in. Did you like the fact that we had the 277s for Scorps? Or did you think maybe it'd be better to go a different way going into the next round?
Honestly, well, the idea was a very sound one for them because the 277s, like the IS7s, they have a very similar sort of mobility trait for them.
Yep.
So the only difference being is I think the gun stats are slightly different, as well as the armor profile is slightly more, well, you could say slightly more favorable, slightly a little bit more trollish compared to the IS7. But the difference being was in the positioning, because the 277s were more focused on the mouse and the CS rather than actually anticipating the push from the IS7s. And that's what actually gave Sentinels the upper hand in that push as well.
The thing is, it's going to take so much time to push through a mouse. It almost feels as though Scorpions kind of fell into the Sentinel's trap there. Wymo was a bit of bait. I mean, he took a bit of early damage, and so Scorpions decided, yep, let's go for it. Let's try and dig this mouse out. But of all the tanks in the game, the mouse is probably going to be the tank that's going to survive the longest, regardless of the situation. It's got the most HP, it's got really good armor, I mean, for all intents and purposes. So it's going to take a long time to chew through it. You maybe bounce a shell or two here. You're obviously going to have to pen more because it just has naturally more HP. So you spent a lot of time on that bullet sponge, on that shell sponge, I suppose. And in that meanwhile, obviously, the Sentinels are getting a lot more damage down onto maybe more important tanks, more effective tanks in terms of that DPM in the later game. So, yeah, I think it was a bit of a case of both teams kind of got what they wanted out of it, but Sentinels just executed on it a little bit better. They kind of baited the Scorpions into the fight against the mouse, and that tied up the tanks for a little bit too long.
Do you want to have any reads to, what Sentinels could be planning on the attack now, going into that second round?
Honestly, I'm thinking, just go with sort of back to the regular sort of setup. Introduce, the M454s that Returned was able to just utilize to absolute perfection. 2 M454s, 2 S-Conks, a CS, maybe a Batchat instead of CS. For a little bit more sort of camo play. That's sort of what I'm thinking that could be the choice here. I don't think that the mouse bait will work out the second time, especially now that they will go into I believe that's the defense. Whereas on the side of Scorpions, look, I gotta say, I think their strength has been a little bit more in that sort of pack mentality. So the moment they start splitting up, things could get a little bit ugly on the Muravanka.
I actually agree with you as well. I think Sentinels, one of their big strengths is kind of in that mid-game, in that rotation gameplay, pulling their opponents around the map and, playing around with them that way. And, Scorpions, I think, did fall prey to that a little bit in this game in particular. There's only been really one instance where I feel like Scorpions have kind of done that better than the Sentinels have, and that was on that Siegfried line attack. I think it was that the Scorpions were playing. It was obviously either Siegfried line or attack or defense, but it was the Siegfried line game. I'm sure most of you guys do remember that one where Scorpions took control of the field and were farming the guys up on the hills. That was the only one time really where I felt like in that sort of mid-game weird kind of, like when the game devolves into a bit of a weirder game rather than just push, take the 1v3 or take the overmatch, whatever. So I think that's something that Scorpions do have to be a bit aware of. If they're going to play this style, if they're going to play like multiple little skirmishes, they're really going to have to be on top of things, because this, I think, is kind of Sentinel's playground.
Yeah, that was great when they came out of the bushes there, just like knocking the trees down, knock it on the door, and turn that 2v2 into a great little fight. Look, Wymo definitely on the hook there, but still, as you could see in the stats just before, Dell, untouched, just absolutely farming up a Storm from the back, doing so much work. This fight as well, so interesting. JT got himself stuck in that crossfire, which is a little bit unfortunate. And then I think this is when Cindy did a little bit of team damage. Unfortunately, it didn't really matter in the end. The return, barely winning this fight. Could have gone a different way. And then Aussie just couldn't do too much. Although there was a world where maybe, you know, he got a couple of bounces, maybe got another kill or two.
Yeah. He would have had to be very lucky to win that, even if return does go down to Benny. Well, obviously Benny's going to be surviving on a one-shot, but Dell probably kills Aussie before Benny is even able to have a factor in that fight. And then Benny's a one-shot, and so it doesn't really matter at that point. So
yeah, Aussie would have needed to be in a very, very much of a heavy hold-down position where he doesn't really expose his hull in any shape or form. Unfortunately, in terms of S-Kong, it's only on the choice few sort of situations where your hull can bounce the shots, or maybe a shot could be sunken into your tracks. So yeah, look, there was definitely a very heavy element of RNG that needed to be involved. And unfortunately, that was not the case for the Scorpions player.
So Wamo was on the mouse. Now going back to the attack, are we expecting something different, or do you just want to wait and see? Because we're loading in. We're going into Muravanka for round 4 of the grand final. Let's see if we can even this one up for the Sense, or if Scorps can hit back after what just happened.
I reckon Sense could actually still take a 2-0 here. The way how they've played, I mean, you look at even in terms of the stats for Muravanka, you compare the 50% win rate, albeit within only 2 battles, against the 6 battles that were played by Scorpions and only 33% win rate on it. Wymo still brings out the mouse, despite what I just previously said, saying that the second time the mouse bait should not work. But this time it's a double M454. This time they can play in tandem. And the gun alpha of the M454 definitely matches a little bit closer to the sort of the IS-7, the 277 sort of damage profile. So right now, Sentinels are actually going for what almost was like a pack play that Scorpions tried to introduce back on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, they've set up more for a Magic Forest push though, and that's not
they're already
going to eventuate for the Scorpions.
Yeah. I'm liking the setup though from Scorpions as well. They introducing their own M454s around the town as well, right towards the middle. There is an S-Kong that could theoretically get right up on the hill and sort of provide some fire support. But with the fact that there's the Sentinels S-Kong that is coming around in terms of, well, return coming in, he could be giving that much needed crossfire to deter the climb onto the sort of the F4, F3 sort of position.
Yeah, seen a lot of presence toward the church from Scorpions in their previous games on Muravanka, and I think a lot of the time it can be a bit hit and miss. Having control of this area of the map is obviously quite nice, but it's very difficult to get out of this position without getting farmed.
That's true.
So if you're going to commit to it, you really have to make it work.
At least the one redeeming factor for M454 is because of its armor profile, you need to be very precise about where you hit, because it is only a choice few sort of positions that you can sort of play around. So at least if, say, Scorpions decide to really fall back, they would have a few chances to really bounce, as long as they don't obviously show their rear whilst trying to fall back. But in the meanwhile, I think the biggest sort of deal breaker here, at least for me, is going to be how will Return be able to handle his position. Because as long as he can stay alive here and provide that sort of crossfire, this will not give Scorpions the confidence to really push out, to try to get rid of Wymo and Cindy here. Actually, that is a dangerous stack that is coming around towards the 1-2 line as well. Dale and Rainbow to reinforce Return here could mean a lot of trouble for both Aussie and Benny.
That is true, but Aussie's in a Super Conqueror, and I'm not sure they're going to be super keen to push into him. In that meanwhile, you've got Raspberry taking a bit more map control in the town. He's going to be able to spot out Wymo and Cindy, but Russian is just absolutely boomed. And this is a bit of a, a table flip, right? It turned the tables around. Sentinels were suffering much that same fate on Prokhorovka. Now they're doing the exact same thing back to the Scorpions. And from here, it's going to be tough to win for Scorpions, I'll say that much.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a whole lot more tragic. I mean, you look at that, already almost 4,000 damage difference here. Not looking particularly too great. Rainbow got ballsy enough to actually just decide to just climb the hill and go over just to keep on applying more damage towards Benny and Aussie right now. He does bleed for that, but regardless of that, it's still quite a huge HP differential here between Scorpions and Sentinels.
It is. I mean, obviously, Scorpions are going to have to win this town fight, and they're going to have to do it handedly, but I just don't see the way they're going to be able to do it quickly enough against a mouse, right? Wymo's still on half HP. Raspberry's probably going to go down here at some point as well, and well, so is Benny. You've already lost one Super Conk on the side of Scorpions, and it's slowly but surely being Sentinel's win. There's just no world. There is no world where JT's going to win it from here. So Scorpions, I mean, they started really well on Prokhorovka, but Sentinels have answered just as well on Muravanka. We find ourselves, in the blink of an eye, basically, we're going to be tied up at 2 apiece, and we've got a really good grand final on our hands now.
Yeah. We got what? Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Siegfried line as well coming around. So there's quite a fair few more maps to really play around. But yeah, if or rather when this does go to a 2-2 scoreline, look, Scorpions will definitely need to make sure that they're pulling out all their strats for this one.
Big win. Sense making it a best of 7 again. No more best of 9s because we're all tied up at 2 points each. So grand final looking like we're going to be going real deep. Still could be, a 5-2 affair, but I feel like with the, map selections coming through, with the crowd going wild, and with some strats getting leaked here.
Zoom in on that.
Oh, it's a note? No, it is strats. Okay. I thought he was showing it to the camera for a second.
It's a love note from all the fans in the crowd. Look, I don't think we're going to go toward a 5-2 affair, rather, I should say. I'd be very surprised if that ends up being the case. This feels like a bit too much of a contested match to me to see a sweep one way or the other. It's probably the closest grand final I think we've had so far in ANZPL, at least on LAN. Every single one, it's kind of felt like, Sentinel's probably going to walk away with this one. And that's funny to say because Bulldogs took it all the way to the tiebreaker in the first season that we did have. But, it never really felt like they were going to win that grand final. It just, I don't know, Sentinels diff, basically. But I still kind of get that sense that Scorpions can win this from here. Cliff is a bit of a question mark for me. I'm a little bit concerned about Cliff, but I do have a degree of faith actually in their Himmelsdorf, even if Cliff goes poorly. So, I think we could actually really go the distance.
Okay, well, look, Cliff is going to be one of Sentinel's picks, then going Himmelsdorf. That's, of course, Scorp's pick, Siegfried line. That could be a very interesting tiebreaker. A very interesting tiebreaker. So I guess we'll see what happens when we get there, if we get there. But at the same time, look, that mouse coming in again on the attack, you're a little bit surprised by that, but it just has so much health.
Yeah.
It just doesn't die.
It works out really, really well. And I think, for Sentinels, basically they just turn, the mouse into that big point of interest for Scorpions because sort of, damn you if you do, damned if you don't kind of scenario. I mean, you look at, the sheer amount of damage blocked by Wymo, 2.1 thousand damage. It's just, it works. And being that big sort of point of interest, you need to take it out also quickly because Wymo could still output quite a serious amount of damage to just make this just about enough for Scorpions to care.
Yeah, it's basically 5k combined from Wymo in the mouse. And that's, you look at the damage block normally and you're like, it doesn't really matter sometimes. Yeah. But in this case, I think it really does make a big difference. It takes so much longer for the Scorpions to chew through the mouse. And in fact, they don't even take him down, I don't think, toward the back end there. So
the difference, though, being is that they are playing mouse with an extra tank. If it was just the mouse there, that would have been a completely different scenario because then that meant that Wymo could literally be bursted down by, say, 3 tanks. Well, I say bursted down. It would still take quite some time, but with an extra backup, you also sort of have to basically split your attention. So this actually works out really, really well by Sentinels, and I don't think Scorpions kind of anticipated for the second time at least.
Now talk to me, how's this working? Because I'm looking at the return getting 87 fantasy points, but Rainbow, who's done a little bit more damage but just no damage blocked, is only on 76. So is that damage blocked like a pretty important stat in terms of getting those points?
I would say it factors in to an extent. I mean, obviously a lot of it does come from eliminations and damage, but especially in the heavy tanks, I think you do get a bit of a bonus for blocking damage.
Okay. Yeah, very good, very good. Now, Scorps, let's have a look at them. In terms of their stats, you can see accuracy for Raspberry wasn't quite there, 60% with 83% Pen, and then you've only got JT with 57% of his shots penny too, so him and Russian get real ripped off.
I mean, they're shooting at the mouse, right? And that's where a lot of this damage block is coming through, right? It's JT, Raspberry, and Russian all trying to fire toward the mouse, and you look at them, they're 57%, 83%, and 50% pen rates. It's the Super Conks on the other side of the field that were kind of stuck in that 2v3 of their own, and they're Super Conks in a 2v3, but they still are not able to sort of get through that one quite comfortably enough.
We're going into Cliff.
Yep.
Pretty soon. It's going to be an interesting one, but what are we expecting to change up in terms of... look, I'm going to ask that question in a minute because we're looking at the replays. Now, anything you want to break down here before we touch on that again?
It's this moment right here when Russian eats like 3 or 4 tanks worth of damage. I mean, they're all shooting at him at the same time. It's very hard to win from there because Russian is just almost a non-factor. He's not feeling confident enough to be able to push forward because he's going to get blown up straight away. So it just opens the map up so much for Sentinels, and they feel like they can dictate the fight.
Yeah, as well as that, I mean, the fact that Benny as well on the initial ascent towards one of the hills on the 1-2 line, he copped a fair bit of damage, which sort of almost prompted as that sort of the enabler for the overmatch push by the 3 tanks. So from there on, yes, whilst the Eskongs have the superior DPM against that the 3 stack plus the health deficit between the 2 Eskongs, it played a very sort of almost a cruel joke where you fall into that sense of security. Yes, we can burst them down, but in reality, you can't because there's so many targets. It's a target-rich environment, but you can't pen.
Now, I'm going to ask that question I was going to ask before. Cliff, coming up, what are we expecting in terms of those tank comps? Are we going to see something a little bit more fast, like do a bit more reconnaissance, or are we just going to see everyone fight for...
I would expect you're definitely going to see a CS63. I think you're locking in a CS63 probably on both sides. It'll be, I would guess, Returned and Aussie to probably be the 2 that play that. Now,
I'd say Dell actually more so than Return.
And in that case, maybe even a double CS63. I think we've seen that before from Sentinels on Cliff. Either way, you know, you look at that map, I think you do favor a little bit of mobility. You obviously want to get some heavy tanks in the mix there as well, but they're not going to be like your super heavy tanks necessarily. You're probably not going to see as many super conquerors on this map. You're going to see the heaviums, you're going to see the Russian heavies, that kind of thing. I think, actually, when it comes to Scorpions on this map, like, if they're going to pull something interesting out on any of these maps, it could be here. We could see TVPs. Seen that before. I'd be interested.
But look, you don't have to wait to see what you're going to see because it's going to be in front of your eyes in just a moment. Jumping on into Cliff. Let's see who's going to edge out and break this tie. 2 apiece at the moment. Someone is about to find 3.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, it was back in the previous grand final. It was the Cliff attack that was won by Scorpions previously. Yes, they are starting on the defense. JT bringing out the TVP and the AMX 30B. Look, I mean, we're going in full on out with some of the more, unusual tank picks. I mean, introducing even the nerfed Kranwagen, that technically is still really good for the ridge play for the Cliff.
I think, does Russian get a second shot in here? Not quite. Maybe onto the 277 if he's still holding that line.
Surely.
Doesn't seem like that's gone through. Even if it did not pen. But look, I like JT and the TVP. I think he's quite effective in this tank on this map. If you're going to see him have a really good game in it, though, I would have already liked to have seen 1 or 2 shots coming out of it. I think if you're picking the TVP, you're trying to get early damage down. You're trying to sort of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You want to be in there quickly. You want to be doing a lot of damage, but you don't want to be sticking around too long. So that's why we're getting this rotation out from JT.
Yeah.
The 30B is an interesting prospect for me. I thought it was going to work out really well with the damage on that cross there in terms of the timing, in terms of the positioning. Not quite the case there for Scorpion, so we'll have to see what Russian can do with that tank in mind. We do also get that double CS63 from Sentinels that we talked about. It is Rainbow and Returned rather than Dell, but Dell's in a 50B.
Yeah, Dell in the 50B, equally a very mobile tank as well that has a huge amount of the burst damage. Aussie, he plays, though, a very crucial role here because the moment he goes down, that's the whole mid that has been completely forfeited to Sentinels, which could be rather dangerous. You look at the health differential, though. Now, that is a completely different thing, whereas there's already a little bit of an extra play for Scorpions.
I will say Aussie should not be going down in a Kranwagen in that position.
That's true.
That is egregious. If he dies early without getting, like, dumped over, that should not be happening.
But I mean, you look at the 50B that could really just overpush towards the D4 or D3. Maybe there's an angle that could be farmed.
Big push around the backside here from JT in the TVP. Big. And if he can find the angle onto Wymo or even onto one of these other tanks, it's going to be devastating for the Sentinels because
they don't know.
So much damage gets pumped out in so little time from that TVP. And then he goes on clip, does it all again in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that is a lot of damage that could be outputted here. The one thing that could really falter here, the Scorpions, is that if this trio will just go and overpush the M454 and the 30B, that's where JT needs to, as quickly as possible, farm up the 277. That's where the dump over needs to happen on middle.
It's already happening. It's already happening. This push is coming down. They want to push the 1-2 line, and that is going to mean that if JT is not having an impact right now in that TVP,
they're rotating out.
He's going to be too late, or is he? Because of this rotation, he now may be in a spot of bother. Dell's running to the rock.
And there's a ramming damage, and there's an extra shot from Russian as well.
Look at the TVP. The TVP's
Oh,
farming
no.
Wymo in mid. Wymo's down to 81 HP. He is completely isolated. This has gone horribly wrong for Sentinels. What is that rotation? And look, to be honest, even if they execute that rotation correctly,
oh, they're coming back.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's too late now. They've just been farmed. The TVP's on reload. He's going to be rotating his way across JT.
Yeah.
And look, Raspberry is not going to go down super quickly here.
Oh,
You've
wow.
got the 30B, which is a DPM machine as well in this kind of a scenario. Russian's not taking any
Surely.
damage, and he is just pumping it out.
There it
There
is.
goes Dell as well. I'm just going to say this was a cursed game from Sentinels. They're going to have to write that off because that did not go the way they wanted it to at all.
Yeah, well, Russian is going to be still in a 1v3, although he has the ability to finish off Rainbow. He does, in fact, finish off Rainbow. JT's fully reloaded here as well. That's the DPM machine. Another one, the number 2 coming around. That's 2 shots, maybe 3 as well. That's a lot of damage right now that will not be patched up in any shape or form. Scorpions, yeah, they managed to really overpower, and right as we were going into this map, I was about to say they need at least a 1-1 to make Himmelsdorf a much more cruisy ride for them.
Well, it's just a question now of who's going to farm up all that damage onto Cindy, and you'd have to bet that it's probably going to be JT in the TVP. He's got a full clip loaded and ready to go. A little bit of a difficult angle for him there, but end of the day, this is well and done for the Scorpions. Really, really nicely played in that TVP. 4K damage out from Aussie as well in the Kranwagen. You love to see that from the Scorpions, and they're back in front.
They're back.
They certainly are. Big win, big smiles from the Scorps there. Benny really happy with how that one went. But the job's not done. The job's not done yet. But that is going to be the first round taken by a team on their opponent's map choice. So let's see if that trend continues. Now it's getting towards the end of the map pool. It's more even. So maybe we'll see something change going into round 2 here on Cliff. But as you mentioned, whatever that call was for them to rotate out back towards their spawn, and then they ran into the rock and then took
That was
shots.
tragic.
I don't even know if running into the rock really matters all that much. Like, obviously it doesn't help.
Well,
but
it still sunk in an extra damage.
Sure, but they were spotted on that rotate out already by Russian. He was in that 30B, pumping shots into the backside. So already Scorpions know that that push, that rotation is coming through. You've got JT and a TVP up on the back cliff. Even if they do decide to make that rotation and start going back in the direction of their own spawn, they're getting farmed by that TVP one way or the other, whether it's Wymo getting farmed or whether it's those guys rotating. And JT's got plenty of time to rotate out there in a TVP. It's a mobile tank. He'll be fine. So
Crazy.
I think one way or the other, that fight was going to be going the way of Scorpions. The ram into the rocket obviously doesn't help, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference. It looked to me like Scorpions was well set up to deal with that one as well. It just felt like there was a little bit of indecisiveness there for Sentinels. Maybe they looked at the crossfire that Russian and Raspberry had set up, and they thought, this is a little bit too much to deal with. We don't want to go in this direction. We want to try and do something else. And that is very much up the alley of Sentinels. They like to play that kind of style. They like to rotate across the map and use their time. But in this case, it's cost them because JT's been a little bit quicker moving through the map.
I'm just happy that this grand final is getting very interesting.
Yeah, look, I got to say, I think this round was the case of just Sentinels almost outsmarting themselves rather than their opponents there. With that rotation, like we mentioned, yeah, look, things definitely looked a bit grim. I mean, you look at poor Dell, just couldn't really get a whole lot of fun time for himself. But then you look at the Scorpions, almost, the damage scoreline brings up the memories of Action X almost, the way how sort of almost in tandem the whole 5-stack was able to get almost an even amount of damage.
Yeah. Just sharing the load, Scorpions doing work all together. No one really shining other than Russian there. Look, he had a little bit of extra damage, but look at the amount of mileage, look at the damage blocked, just pumping so much.
I think the key thing to look at here is 0 damage dealt by a 50B. That's not good. I mean, you're not picking a 50B to do 0 damage. You're not picking any tank to do 0 damage, but in some tanks it's maybe a little bit more acceptable. Your 50B, it's your firepower tank. It has to do damage.
Well, if we're talking about that, I mean, you look at the whole trio, Wymo, Rainbow, Dell, sub 1K already speaks volumes about the whole situation and how much of a difference it was between Sentinels and Scorpions.
Yeah, well, the other thing I want to talk about is JT. So he had the TVP. Are we expecting to see something similar to that from Sense when they swap sides?
I don't think so. I don't think Sentinels is the kind of team to pick a TVP. At least we haven't seen it from them in the past.
Yeah.
You know, like I said in that pre-match, I was expecting-ish to see a TVP out from Scorpions. It's a bit of a pocket strap of theirs on Cliff, and when it works really well, as evidenced right here.
Yeah.
I could see them picking it on the attack as well, but I don't see Sentinels picking it, no.
Okay, well, we'll see what Scorps do on the attack, but for now, let's just live through this again. So this is that rotation. The move that you thought was forward, but it ended up being backwards.
It's already lit. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Raspberry gets a shot into Dell. Russian would probably have a shot in there as well. And in that meanwhile, before the rotation has even really started, JT's clipped out. He's basically killed Wymo. If they continue to rotate, he can just back off.
Yeah.
If they don't continue to rotate, he does exactly what he's doing here. Drives down behind them in a TVP. And if you've got a TVP behind you, that's bad news.
That's bad. That's absolutely bad. Look, I mean, yeah, TVP, I'm still a little bit shocked that it worked out so well. But at the same time, given that it did look like a bit of a more so like a pocket strat that they've been preparing or saving up for this one, it almost worked far too well.
The crowd really loved that one. So let's see if Scorps can do it again. You know, job's not done, as mentioned before. But this one, it's getting to the point where it feels like it could be going all the way to the tiebreaker.
Look, that's a really big one to pick up for the Scorpions because it's been actually their worst map this season, more or less. I mean, Sand River, sure, but they've only played a couple of rounds on Sand River. Cliff, they only have a 25% win rate on, and if they're going to pick up even one win on a 25% win rate map, that's already better than the expectation. So you're also looking at this and saying, okay, if they lose here, they go into Himmelsdorf, they've gone even on Cliff, they've got a, 88% win rate or something like that on Himmelsdorf. Maybe you back them to close that out 2-0 on Himmelsdorf. Worst case, you'd be expecting them to get at least one and push it through to the tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf. So they've set themselves up really nicely for the rest of this series. Possibility it still goes to the tiebreaker, but I think we don't see Sentinels winning this game anymore in regulation. I think they have to win it in the tiebreaker.
Okay. So you think that they can't do it on Himmelsdorf?
I would be surprised if they won both on Himmelsdorf, yeah.
Okay.
Because they would have to win here on Cliff and then both on Himmelsdorf as well.
Okay, we'll see how
3 in a row.
This statement evolves. I'm going to keep it in the back pocket for the moment. But so what are we expecting now? You know, potential TVP to be kept by JT going into the attack. And what do you want to see change from Sense? Or do you think that their lineup was fine? It was just that call, just that moment where things went wrong.
I don't know if I'm sold on the 50B on Cliff. I'm not a huge fan. I think the Kranwagen is a little bit more effective because you can play that region mid.
VZ maybe?
Yeah, I don't think I want to see a 50B anymore.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the Kranwagen or the Kryenwagen, because they could be going home crying. If they lose this one, it'll be 4-2. Let's see if Scorps can do it again.
The Kryenwagen, I like that. But, well, I can tell you already there's a 50B on the field, so we'll have to see whether it's a 50B of success or a 50B of failure here for the Sentinels. Dell can really make amends for that last round if he has a big game here.
Yeah, Dell could definitely make amends here, but we're back onto the very same lineup. Russian is not lit because of those wonderful bushes as well. TVP back for GT, but this time spotted out on their rotation. This could be big.
This is a 1v1 between Aussie and Returned, and I'm not sure that I like it for Aussie. He does have to get up into the pocket, and he is able to do that, but he's lost so much HP. He's going to die to Return. He has to drop off. There's no other option. I guess he's going to just decide to try and stay and fight, but...
No, yeah, that's a finisher there as well. Oh, no, wait. He might just be able to get out. No, crashes as well.
Well, that's the problem. It's very hard to get off of that area of the map, and so that's why he decides to stick around. I mean, this one's over. Call it. It's done. Scorpions have lost. It's 1-1 on Cliff. Sorry.
I mean, look, for all intents and purposes, 1-1 is still good for Scorpions.
It is.
They still could very much make it work, but yeah, you are very much correct here, Jordan. The sheer abundance of HP that has been lost, the sheer momentum, and the fact that so much ground has been lost is, basically all a forfeit here from Scorpions. Rainbow establishing his position at the very top of the lighthouse as well basically means that there's not a single spare, or rather safe position for Scorpions to really play around.
Yeah, look, really not a whole lot to expect from this one. I think for Scorpions, it's just a case of trying to save some face and not go down incredibly quickly, right? Just use this as a bit of time to have a bit of a chat, slow things down. What are we going to do on Himmelsdorf? Because we want to close this series out here. We want a 2-0 Himmelsdorf, or, of course, we at least want to 1-1 Himmelsdorf and go through to the tiebreaker. I think for all of us here, we probably do want to see a tiebreaker. Now, I'm not going to say this is a massively foregone conclusion, because Scorpions have kind of kept it honest in terms of the HP deficit. So Sentinels, they do have to cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure they do 100% this round. There is a world where they can throw this,
it shouldn't happen. It's a 5-on-3. They should convert it. But Scorpions are not giving up.
Yeah.
So, you know, let's just make sure before we get too far down that rabbit hole that Sentinels do actually close this round out.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the first step here to potential comeback would be getting rid of the CS on the top of the lighthouse. That's Rainbow. Getting rid of him would mean that that's at least one side of the map that is now completely in control of Scorpions.
The biggest issue right here is Scorpions are on the attack. So
That's true.
If Scorpions was on the defense and Sentinels had to push into them, maybe I'd be able to make that argument. But the fact that Scorpions is on the attack and they're the ones that are going to have to now push into Sentinels means that Sentinels can set up their crossfires and just wait for Scorpions to come in. And inevitably, when you're the team that's pushing in, you're going to be taking the first shots. You're receiving the first shots. And Scorpions can't really be affording that. They need to be trading effectively here. They need to be trading 1 for 0, 2 for 0, probably 4, 5 for 0 here if they're to get back into this game. And you've got control of the hill with Rainbow. You've got full control of the donut. It's very difficult to go anywhere for Scorpions without being spotted. So I just don't really see the avenue in here for them.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Russian is now basically permalit here, things are definitely not looking very favorable, because the one person that I would be sort of quote-unquote expecting to be able to make sort of the big game-changing play would be Russian to make the rotation, say, for example, towards the 2 flag, make that big hook. But even then, being spotted by Return, being spotted by Rainbow, this basically means that he's locked down to his position, so is the M454 and a Kranwagen. So it's more so a matter of time until they fall rather than what are they going to do to sort of unstuck themselves.
Yeah, but again, I think the extra time that Scorpions take to go through this kind of negates a little bit of that tilt factor. It negates a little bit of that momentum for Sentinels, right? If this was over already, Scorpions would be sitting there in their chairs, stewing over what they have to do on Himmelsdorf. Now they're kind of just having a bit of a chilling out, letting themselves forget about what happened at the start of this round. And you have to say, like, yeah, look, it's obviously not gone very well, guys, but we're actually still in a pretty good spot. And these are the conversations you can have when you've got time like this. They hopefully are recognizing the same thing that we have, which is that they don't have a good cliff. They haven't had a good cliff this season. The fact that they've even won one round on it is already really good for them. Going into their own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely have to agree with you. Yeah, the 1-1 scoreline definitely will be still very much beneficial for Scorpions, despite, look, a very unfortunate sort of turnout for them. But yeah, Himmelsdorf is indeed going to be an absolute banger. But that 1-1 does generate that much needed sort of buffer in terms of the points as well. So say they do end up losing round 1 or round 2, it's still nothing too fatal just yet. Although Siegfried line I very much rate though more in favor of Scorpions rather than Sentinels. I will say that.
Yep, we'll have to see. Raspberry on his last vestiges of HP. Sentinels are going to win this round, but I'm not sure they're going to be super happy with how Cliff has played out there. Dell,
bit of a sigh of relief. Yeah.
But I think that's kind of dodging a dangerous scenario rather than putting some really good points on the board.
Yeah, I feel like you wrote that one off a little bit early, but at the same time, it was true. It was a slow boil, it was a slow burn, but Scorps ended up losing it, which is fair. It was Sense map pick, and after a very, very early pick like that, you know, it gets really hard. But that's it for Cliff. We're out of Cliff. We're back into Scorps map selection of Himmelsdorf, but that's coming up in a moment. Of course, we've got stats to talk about. Who was that doing the farming at the start?
Well, probably everyone.
Yeah, everyone. It was not Aussie. It was not Aussie.
Exactly, and that was the issue, right? It's a timing thing. So Aussie wants to get into that little cutout up on top of that little ridge, which he did inevitably get to. But because Returned has kind of sent it in the same vicinity, he sent it in his counterpart position, right? It's like it's almost a trade.
Yeah.
You take this position, I take that position. We fight a 1v1. We see who wins. The issue is Aussie gets there a little bit too late. He's farmed a couple of shots on that cross by the rest of the Sentinels members, so he can't win the 1v1 against Returned anymore. There's just no world.
And then decision-making to drop off the cliff came too late, took too much damage.
Even if he decides to drop off that cliff, I think the game's probably still over at that point.
Yeah.
He's very unlikely to get off of that alive with the amount of HP that he had, which obviously we saw inevitably he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if he does decide not to, he takes the 1v1 against Returned and loses it. So what are you really going to do there as Aussie?
Well, there you go. The double CS63's doing huge work there for the Sense. 3.7k for Rainbow and the Returned over 3k as well. Damage blocked looking pretty good for Benny. Looking pretty good for the Returned there as well. But look, fantasy points, you're looking at Rainbow just doing so much work there. Anything you want to touch on here, Cthulhu?
Look, I'll have to say, I think the plan would have worked there for the Scorpions in terms of just that push towards the donut if it was just one CS against another CS without any extra presence on the donut.
Yeah.
Because the moment there was the 50B, the 277 introduced into that one, it was basically GG for poor Aussie. So that is a very large chunk of Cliff just completely gone, completely evaporated.
Yeah.
The TVP for JT, look, I'll have to say, I love the concept from the get-go. Unfortunately, it was a very tragic turnout where the TVP, as it is, it's a great damage dealer, but it's a bit of a glass cannon where you don't really have any armor, so you can't really contest the middle Cliff against the CS in that
This
sort
is
of
like
way.
the polarizing TVP performances we saw, because you saw what it could do in the first round, and then in that second round of Cliff, it just went the complete opposite direction.
It's a sink or swim kind of a tank, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it goes well...
Hey, it's not the show match. So.
If it goes well, it goes really well. If it goes poorly, it goes really badly. It's not the kind of tank that you're going to see playing from a deficit. It needs to have a lot of space to work with. It needs to be able to get around on the flanks and find some angles, because it doesn't have the greatest pen values either. So you don't want to be taking front-on fights necessarily with it. It doesn't really have the armor for that either. So
live through it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see the push that Sentinels make through the donut. The fact that they send the 277s up there is pretty much what cooks that game for the Scorpions. JT tries to get aggressive into mid. It's sort of that push and pull, right? You know that there's something going wrong on the other side of the map. You're going to try and make a play elsewhere, but you end up putting yourself out of position as well.
Yeah.
It was just sort of a snowball effect that Scorpions lost pretty handedly in this one. But it's one of those situations where it doesn't really look like Scorpions got to play their attacking side out on Cliff. So it's, I think, maybe one where you can go back and say, you know, maybe we're not too up in arms about that. Like, we didn't... It just didn't come together, right? You just have to forget about it. They had a better setup than us, or at least they had a setup that counted ours.
Yeah.
So not much you can do there.
Not much at all, but what you can do is keep your mental strong and move forward to Himmelsdorf. And try to do it there. Try to, at least, like, well, the thing is, because Scorps managed to get that one round on Cliff, there is a world where they can close it out here in Himmelsdorf right now, if they can get
Well, I
that
mean,
2-0.
there's a world technically where both these teams can close it out in Himmelsdorf.
That is very true. Yep, that's very true.
Like I said, I don't really think that we will see that. I would be... The way that this series has gone, it's felt very close. It's felt very tit for tat. I know both these teams like to play Himmelsdorf. It doesn't feel like a 2-0 map to me. I think we're going to Siegfried line.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but everything you've said tonight has been pretty correct. You know, you said, oh, well, game's over. It was over. Every single time. So how do we see this one being played out? Are we expecting, you know, going back to what was working, some more S-Conks on Himmelsdorf, getting away from, you know, the tanks we just saw there on Cliff?
I think, honestly, we are going to see a lot of sort of brawlers. Yeah, S-Conks could really come around, but I think it is going to be sort of in the singular sort of fashion. We could see something from Scorpions. I'm almost borderline expecting a 50B on Russian to be brought out. But then you look at the Sentinels, like my heart tells me double M454s, double E100, go for that extra just chunkiness and HP, and then maybe add either a S-Conk or something extra.
I would say there's
on top
probably
of that.
a 50B on the side of Sentinels
That
as
could be
well.
also the case, yeah.
I like the point about the E100. That was what I wanted to make, because I feel like the E100 is definitely something that Sentinels like to go towards. They really like to go overly heavily. We see it on Ghost Town. We see it on Himmelsdorf, obviously.
Yeah.
They're the team that will pretty much bring the heaviest lineup in the game if they can.
But they also profusely pick the M454.
Correct, and I mean, even to an extent, that's a fairly heavy tank, right?
True.
It's not as if you're bringing, you know, a medium or anything like that. It's still up there in terms of the HP pool and the damage that it can put out. So E100s, M454s, expecting that across the board from Sentinels. I think Scorpions tend to go a little bit lighter. They tend to go towards like the Soviet heavies a little bit. Sometimes the IS-4s, the IS-7s, the 277s, these kinds of things.
113.
little, well, probably not the 113. I'm sure JT would love to pick it up, but I just don't think we're going to see it. But they tend to go towards those little bit more mobile tanks.
That's true.
And then, of course, the 50B on the back end as well. So it'll be very interesting to see what the two lineups are going to look like.
Do you think
Himmelsdorf here,
is there a world? Does Batchats fit?
I don't think Batchats fit on Himmelsdorf
Not in this
match.
Yeah.
Not in this match. There are some teams that would like to take it, but I don't think either of these teams will. I think they'll both favour the 50B.
Yeah, we'll see if someone can get... remember that shot we saw 2 weeks ago in the lower bracket final where someone was like crossing that initial point and they just got farmed and put on fire? Oh, I wonder if
That's
we're gonna see
very
anything like
unlucky.
that.
I don't think you're going to see the fire. You might see the shot, but the fire, unlucky, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if that roll happens again. But look, let's get rolling with this grand final. We got Himmelsdorf. It's here. It's happening. Let's see if one of these two teams can close it out right here and now.
Well, it's going to be a pretty tightly contested Himmelsdorf, and this may well be the final map we get to see of ANZPL Season 5, and that will definitely be the case if both these teams have their way. Sentinels want the 2-0, Scorpions want the 2-0 to close this series out 5-3.
Okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing actually from Scorpions here. The double M454, the IS4. This is something that I've been trying to mention is the IS4 enjoyment on the Himmelsdorf. It's I almost forgot that it's almost a must between the two teams.
Rainbow's eaten a lot of damage there.
That vertical position plus the T-57's heavy ability with the heat rounds, those do go very, very good into the downstairs sort of hull and the armor profile of the IS-4. So this is really good right now for Scorpions as a start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different lineup than what we were expecting from the Sentinels. I mean, double IS-4. I guess still kind of leaning towards that heavy-ish lineup. You've got double super conk, a lot of DPM there. I like it. I mean, Sentinels, they always want to go toward this brawling kind of style. And I think it's, in a sense, sometimes a bit of a much of a muchness, depending on what tanks you're picking. Will sometimes dictate what positions you're going to play. Like, you're not going to put an M454 where this IS-4 is, for example. But it probably is more so dictated by the strategy that they want to run rather than the tanks that they want to run. So you'll see different tanks based on positioning rather than different positioning based on tanks, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, look, I definitely rate the IS-4 pickup. It's something, it's one of those tanks that, weirdly enough, it is a very strong one, but it's almost a very forgettable one when you think about all the other opportunities that other tanks bring in. But in the terms of Himmelsdorf, it is an excellent tank. I mean, you put it into the elevated position where Wymo is. The only thing that he shows is a turret. Good luck pinning that in any shape or form, unless you are playing from the castle, which we just seen the presence of Russian from there. It is though quite interesting to see that it's not the 50B and rather the T57 heavy that is being introduced, but supposedly it is a little bit of a heavier lean towards the DPM rather than the mobility.
Indeed.
I mean, on top of that as well, we are playing on an updated Himmelsdorf that does provide a little bit more leeway within the castle.
Yep.
You have a whole lot more positions to actually play against that D-line where, well...
It's going to be hard to find an angle onto Wymo. If he doesn't move, I don't think you actually have an angle onto him.
We might just see the shove to force him out of that position, though.
Well, that's what Scorpions is going to be hoping for.
Oh.
That would be a mistake from Wymo.
Does he spot? He does spot the T-57. Okay, so they know about the plan here. In comes the E-100 on the 2 flag, which could be the big prevention play from Cindy. And just about enough to hold off until the rest of the Sentinels team will work around. But Dell and Rainbow already copying some shots could mean problem in the later down the line.
It really has been very back and forth from these teams so far. They've really traded the damage well, maybe favoring Sentinels a little bit. But there's still certainly enough there for Scorpions to play with.
We've seen actually in the earlier stages as well of the season where the M454 was showing why it has become sort of one of the meta tanks to be able to just even contest the position where Wymo is, just because of how elevated the armor profile is of the French tank. So this could very much be the play, although now with Dell covering the D-line here, he would have, a much nicer sort of time in terms of just farming out that cross. So right now, this whole play by Scorpions has been halted very, very thoroughly, and now they're sort of almost puzzled as to, well, what do we do? It seems like right now they're waiting to rendezvous with a T-57 Heavy with the rest of the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, they've been kind of corralled into this push, haven't they? And they're driving directly into the setup that Sentinels has provided on that 2 flag.
Sinker.
It doesn't look very good for Scorpions.
Not at all.
I mean, look, there's the stat for you again. It's a very, very successful map for them during the regular season, but Sentinels, I've always felt their home ground has been Himmelsdorf in multiple seasons. So it's not as if they're a slouch on this map.
Well, here's something actually interesting throughout this season. It has been defensive side that has been a teeny tiny bit more favorable for them. 83% against an 80% on the attack. So theoretically, when we think about Himmelsdorf, maybe it is going to be the defense that will be a little bit more favorable. Although, even with the current scenario, I'm not fully 100% sold on the fact that Sentinels might win this round.
I'm starting to get brought over to the Sentinel side of the coin here, to be honest. It's a lot of open trades, but Rainbow out in no man's land. He's getting farmed up by Russian. That's a little bit back in the favor of the Scorpions, but they still need more.
They still need 1,000 HP to equalize here. The health pool.
Time's running out too. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Scorpions have got to go.
Yeah, Scorpions got to go. Aussie is making a very outrageous push as well here, trying to force out something out of Wymo, but Dell as well is holding steadfast. Cindy and Return are about to move up as well. Benny and JT are in a lot of trouble. Scorpions separated very heavily. Now Raspberry and Russian forced to cross across the open field.
It never goes well when you're driving across the open field like that, but so far no real shots coming through from the Sentinels. They don't really have tanks set up on those angles. It's really only Wymo that can do damage there. So honestly, Scorpions get across relatively scot-free, but you're still seeing the favorable trades for the Sentinels. And Russian round the corner, straight into the Super Conk and the IS-4, gives up a lot of his HP, isn't in a position now to clip out in that T-57, and Sentinels have the crossfire established. Scorpions, they just have to drive forward. You hear that sign, that siren, they've got to go.
Yeah, they got to go as well. Russian needs to be the key player here as well. He needs to make that push. IS-4 just fired. This is the time to unload the clip. Already the first blood has been drawn. Wymo gets the first one. Dell is low on HP. So is Benny. So is Russian. So is Rainbow. So right now this is the crucial time to get those impactful frags. But at the moment, it's all going towards Sentinels.
Ammo rack. That's horrible news for Scorpions. He needed to be the guy to take down Rainbow, but now he can't do that because he can't reload in time. Another shot comes through from the IS-4. Down goes Raspberry. Aussie gets that trade, but it's too little too late. You can't win it from here as Aussie and Russian. It's a full HP E100 in your face. Cindy will 1v2 these guys if he has to.
Yeah, this is not looking particularly too great, only a matter of time. There goes Aussie. It's all down to just Russian, and the E will not be able to do anything. Completely unloaded the clip. It's all down for the fantasy points. One more round for the Sentinels, ladies and gentlemen.
Sense doing work here on Himmelsdorf, and it might just be enough. It could definitely happen in the next one. We could be all over Red Rover and dodge that tiebreaker, but for the moment, Scorp still have one more opportunity, and it looked really good, but that ammo rack coming through was devastating.
Yeah, I don't know if it really matters too much. I think the fight is probably still lost there for the Scorpions. They were fighting a losing battle. That whole game, it was, you know, inch by inch, slowly but surely favoring the Sentinels. They traded a little bit more effectively. They had better positioning. They had that time working in their favor as well. And when Scorpions ultimately did decide to go for the push because they had to go for the push, they were under so much pressure, not only time pressure, but also HP pressure, that it's very difficult to win from there. Even if they play perfectly, it pretty much looks like it's going to be a loss. So Sentinels did a really good job of just playing that slow style that we've become used to from them, and they walk away with a pretty comfortable win.
And a win's a win. Even if it did get a little messy, get a little brawly, that time was ticking down and there was no chance of a cap. That was different. Every time I've seen Himmelsdorf played, I feel like it's either the wrap all the way onto the point towards the defender spawn, or they just go over to sort of the railway lines, right? The 1-2 lines. And didn't see any of that. This was really slow. They took them out and they took the hill. They were just waiting, trying to get lines everywhere. And Sentinels were just like, look, you got to come to us eventually. That's your job.
Basically. But I mean, look, even remembering the regular season when Sentinels played, I think it was actually against Comets. Back on Siegfried line. Yes, bear with me on that sort of analogy. But they mentioned before, they like to play the setups where they are able to spread out a little bit on sort of one of the lines on the map, sort of identify where the push could be coming from, where the danger could be coming from. Yeah. We've seen Russian get spotted in that T-57 Heavy, the castle. They knew exactly which part of the map they are going to put pressure on. From there on, they managed to isolate. This is where problems started compounding for the Scorpions, where they got locked in on the banana.
Important thing to look at here on the stats page is all that damage blocked. It's over 5k damage blocked by Sentinels, and that is not something you normally see, but it is very much a facet of the Sentinels gameplay style. They bring these super heavy lineups. They are prone to bounce a couple of shells, and you think about how much difference 5,000 damage could have made in that game. I mean, Scorpions, they lost by a fairly significant margin, but let's say if half of those shots pegged, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, it could have straight up been the game if none of those shots were bouncing, if all that damage wasn't blocked. But look, everyone doing work for Sense there. You can see even Cindy, you know, he got the 2 limbs, didn't get a huge amount of damage, but did what he needed to, came in nice and late and held, I think he held the crossfire for a while as well, just trying to stop Scorps from making their way from that middle section and pushing Wymo. And then the fact that Wymo was allowed to survive for so long, not that he was allowed to, he was just in such a little nook that was so hard to force him out.
I mean, it was Cindy that was initially playing at that 2 flag. He was the sole detergent from that push. He did get spotted amidst that initial attempt to sort of flood in onto that. I believe that will be sort of like a 7-8 line. But after the moment he got spotted, that means that, well, the element of surprise has been gone. So for Scorpions, yeah, even just spotting the E100 meant that, oh no, well, we have to basically start withdrawing.
Yeah, look at this from Raspberry too. Look, 60% pen rate with 100% accuracy and not able to get over 2K. So that's where a lot of that block damage was coming in, right?
Yep. Yeah,
Basically.
look, I mean, end of the day, overall, it just sort of felt like Scorpions got put into a corner and they kind of had to fight with what they could do. But, you know, when you're stuck in that kind of position, it's very difficult to battle your way out. And so I would hope to see Scorpions having a little bit more of a decisive game where they can kind of control things when they're on the defense.
Well, we have at least one more Himmelsdorf game to jump on into. Are we expecting much of a shift? Do we think Sense going onto the attacking side now are going to continue with this heavy lineup, or are we going to see him go for something a little bit smaller?
They'll stay heavy.
Yeah.
But you were saying Himmelsdorf a little bit more defense-sided?
Yeah, it's a little bit more defense-sided by just a mere sort of 3.3% in terms of stats. But I reckon for Scorpions, they can very much do a Himmelsdorf defense here, because whilst it is still going to be up to Sentinels to set up the pacing like they've done with the defense, Scorpions, I feel like that you give them the ability to still play around the very similar actually position that Rainbow was playing initially. That G3 spot is very, very difficult to wedge out, even when you start off sort of sinking in the shots. You can't really consistently keep on doing it, not against the IS-4. So I reckon Scorpions, the moment they manage to sort of settle in, they can very much do it. But the moment they're getting halted at the very start of the matchup, at the very setup, this is where the problems will start compounding.
It's getting right down to the wire. Now, knowing that it is slightly more defensively sided, are we going to give the benefit of the doubt to Scorps? Do we think we're going all the way to the tiebreaker?
I think you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the Scorpions when they've won, you know, nearly 85% of their games on this map this season. You say it's a bit of a defensively sided map. It's been a really tight series. It's been super competitive. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Even if they do go down here, even if they lose it, I mean,
how close?
Geez, I think you can. I think you're going to be a bit of a hindsight Harry if you go into that and say, "Oh yeah, I said Sentinels would win that."
Hindsight Harry.
Yeah,
is that what we're calling them?
Yep.
Couple of those in Twitch chat, I reckon.
Because you look at it from the perspective we have the information right now.
Yeah.
This is you know, as 50-50 as it gets on Himmelsdorf. Let's give it to Scorpions and see if we can go through to the tiebreaker.
You can feel the tension in the air down here at Fortress Melbourne right now. Everyone's real quiet. No one wants to be the one to make the wrong move. And we're going to see if anyone's making wrong moves, right moves, all those moves, because there's one chance here for Scorp to hit back. And if they don't, that's it. Sense could come out as the winners right here and now. Let's see if that's the case.
Well, it is one of those situations where you do start to get a little bit nervous for Scorpions. I feel like sometimes they are a team that when the pressure mounts, things start to go wrong a little bit. That's why I said they need to win from the front. Now they're behind. What's the tenacity going to look like? What's the mental fortitude going to look like for Scorpions? They've been in this situation before. They've lost in this situation before. Have they learned from it?
Well, one would hope that they would be able to, but look at how quick this is. This is actually a replication of what Scorpions usually do. This is already a push towards the banana. At least we can say that this is right now still the overmatch by the Scorpions in terms of the numbers. They should be able to get the initial gunfight here actually winning, but so much damage already been sunken into Russian. You look at the health differential, though it stays the same. Rainbow already pushed in. There's a 50p as well coming around.
Yeah, and an E100 on the complete wrong side of the map for the Scorpions. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this one might be done. Scorpions are going to have to pull off an absolute miracle to win this round. Raspberry is a complete non-factor right now. Shots going into all the Sentinels players, but no one going down. It's a 3-on-5. Benny is damaged ammo rack. He can't reload. Cindy eventually goes down, but Scorpions will need to pull off something insane to come back from here.
This is an absolute tragedy here right now for Scorpions. They seem to have lost completely the initial momentum, got completely caught by surprise. And another ammo rack on top of it all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is looking to be a very quick ending to what has been an absolute sweat slugfest of a grand final.
Well, it is 3-on-2, but Damage Ammo ranking an E100 and
Oh, no.
that's been completely ignored. And another fire on the side of the Scorpions. That's 2 in 1 round. And it's down to just Aussie in a 1-on-2. It's almost unwinnable. But Aussie, can he be the difference maker? Surely there's no world where Wymo and Dell let this happen.
Yeah, not a single shot already, so much pain. Returner's already on the camera, all relaxed. He's just watching his team perform. 2 more shots, 1 more shots. Ladies and gentlemen, Sentinels are about to be your champions of Season 5. There they go!
Back to back to back, again and again and again. It's the Sentinels as they confirm the hat trick of ANZPL Grand Final victories.
They've done it. They've done it. No tiebreaker necessary. Himmelsdorf looked good until it didn't, and Scorps just get caught with their pants down in an awkward situation. And here he is. Everyone going to shake some hands, just celebrating, being real excited about that one. But ANZPL, that's it. That is the final game, done and dusted. JT looking a bit crippled, looking a bit wounded there.
Yeah, look,
I'm not too happy.
I think this one's a little bit more painful for the Scorpions than it was in the previous season because
it felt good.
It felt good. It felt like they could do it. You know, everything was lining up. We were going on to Himmelsdorf. Like we said, it's a really good map for them.
Yeah.
They felt like they had the self-belief. They had the experience from last season on the stage as well. It hasn't come together, but I mean, it was a good grand final. This is probably the best grand final I think that we've had. And again, that is taking into account the one that went to a tiebreaker in Season 1. Yeah. I still rate this above it. I think this was a really good one. And I hope that we get to see this matchup again in Season 6.
Yeah, a valiant attempt, but unfortunately, they just couldn't go that extra mile. They couldn't take it to the tiebreaker and give us a little bit more happy tanking. But there was a lot of happy tanking. There was a lot of crazy situations. Some inting here and there, people getting caught out through the grand final. But all in all, that was just some great, great World of Tanks we just witnessed. Wymo, he's getting ready. He's looking excited. I think it's time to lift that trophy, boys.
Awaiting Doodle. Doodle, could the real Doodle please stand up?
Where is he?
He doesn't want to come up.
Oh, he's camera shy. He's camera shy.
He's camera shy.
Aye.
All right. Well, look, at the end of the day, obviously, Sentinels very much the deserved victors. They pull off a really nice comeback in that series. They were coming back from behind. So they very much deserve this trophy lift.
They certainly do. Whenever that actually happens, it's there. You just got to put your hands on it, grab it, enjoy it, lift it. Here it is.
Here
Wymo.
it comes, Wymo. Yeah, there we go. Your winners, your champions of this Season 5. Absolutely a huge turnout from them. And I mean, look, a fairly dominant run in the Season 5 in the regular season. Yes, they went into the playoffs as C2, but at the end of the day, it's just an absolutely a bagger performance from them, especially as a finisher on the Himmelsdorf.
A little bit of confetti coming through, everything here, but look at them drinking it through, enjoying the moment, enjoying the feeling of being champions once again. What was it, for the third time now?
Third time. Well, technically the fourth time, actually.
Right.
But third time in a row. They won Season 1, Season 3, 4, and now 5 as well.
Okay.
I think that's the medal from last season.
Yeah. He's just going to put it on again.
Might as well. But yeah, look, end of the day, obviously Sentinels very much, the dominant team in this region, and it has been a pleasure to sort of watch their progression over the course of these 5 seasons. But what I will say is I think the gap is kind of closing, right? Scorpions, they got closer this time than they did in the last season. It feels like a bunch of other teams have gotten a bit closer as well with the Sentinels, right? No team had ever really beaten them twice in the regular season, and this season Action X did as well.
Yep,
so
Action X doing a little bit of work. Matilda's getting some upset wins. Comet's coming up from the B League too, doing work this season.
Yep.
And making it to the playoffs as well. That's pretty good.
They can't be resting on their laurels going into the next season. I think they're going to have to continue to improve because the rest of the teams around them are doing exactly that.
Everyone lifting together, everyone lifting trophies and taking photos, just basking in the glory down here at Fortress Melbourne. But look, that brings us towards the end. You know, statistics-wise, they were doing work. I don't know if we're going to have a look at the stats in a moment, but they were just farming right towards the end. There was a world where you saw it potentially happening as the comeback, but the fact that it was, 2 fires, 2 or 3 ammo racks, what is going on? That is some bad RNG for Scorps.
RNG did not bless Scorpions at all there.
It didn't, but I'm not sure RNG was the differentiating factor in that round. The fact that they have an E100 on the opposite side of the map to where that brawl is happening, it's going to take forever for that tank to get into the fight, and inevitably, when you're fighting a 4v5 for that long, even if the E100 comes in late, has full HP, it's not going to be able to make the difference. It's not a tank that's going to clutch the game for you.
Look, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, you compare the results from the last season and this season, this has been a much closer performance by both teams. So, I mean, by logic, the next season finals, if we do end up getting yet another Scorpions versus Sentinels, this is where the Scorpions will have an even bigger sort of leverage, really.
Yep.
Yeah, and look, going in again with big smiles. I'm sure they're just going to be celebrating all night tonight now. So that's, get to the point. Are we going to do an interview, or are they still taking photos? Because I think that was what we wanted to try and get done.
It's up to you, mate.
Hey.
Up to you.
Wymo! Come here! Get up here! Come say hello.
Beautiful. Cthulhu's going to get kicked off here, and Wymo's going to replace him for an interview.
Get in here, boy.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. Need some words of wisdom, speeches, you name it. Last year's medal, last season's medal, he's brought it all. He's brought them to Tash as well.
Not bad, I've kicked Cthulhu off.
No, you just subbed for a moment.
Just subbed in.
Tell me about it. Tell me about the game plan. Was it executed like you thought? Shaky start? What was the feelings like at the start of that grand final?
Honestly, their first pick was Proc. We knew it was going to come out, and they slaughtered us on it. We suck at Proc, man. So we're going to work on that.
I hadn't noticed.
But the other ones, just sweep it under the rug.
I mean, what about Cliff, right? Was that one where you thought you were going to drop around? Because I think the way that came about was a little bit surprising for us. Obviously, Cliff was not a great map in the regular season for Scorpions. So did you go into that one with a degree of confidence?
Yeah, we thought we were going to 2-0 it. Yeah. Honestly, first match was a little bit, but that second one, once we'd calmed down, because just realised, hey, we're on defence. We don't have to move.
Okay.
That was over.
Fair enough. Good. And what about the final moments as well, when you got 2 fires, your ammo rack, 3 of them? That was, feeling
that was brutal. Yeah, brutal for them. It's never good to win that way, because it's never good to lose that way.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on the receiving end of multiple fires, but...
Were you expecting the grand final to be as close as it ended up being?
Yeah, actually. Honestly, the teams feel a lot closer this season, I suppose, with stagnation.
Yeah.
There's not many groundbreaking strategies that we can develop throughout the season. I mean, you guys have been here especially Elfish, been here for a while. Usually we kind of set the stage for what strats are being used.
Yeah.
We haven't we kind of slowed down on that just because everybody's, wising up to what we do. So it's harder to keep developing new strats, really stagnates.
Yeah, with everyone stealing them.
Yeah, 100%.
That's how you get good. You just mimic the best. What is it? Mimicking people is the best form of flattery. That saying. Either way, anyone you want to thank, the boys, anyone else? Why Doodle not come up? What's going on? Camera shy?
Oh, no, he's too big to come on the camera. He'd block us all out.
Of course.
Massive muscles. He wouldn't be able to come up.
Understand.
In terms of shout outs, my girlfriend over there, she's pregnant. I'm going to be a dad, so that'll be great.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. My boys that came in, and JS's family. It's good to hear from them too.
That's good to hear. Yeah, great. Good stuff.
All right, cool. Well, we'll let you go. Enjoy. Let you celebrate. Get Cthulhu back in.
Have a good one, guys. Thank you.
See you in a minute. The Wymo fan club just killing it in the crowd. The crowd definitely enjoying that one, enjoying the win, enjoying all that action that was going on. And, I'm glad that we were able to bring so much fun, so much to everyone down here today. And also thank you again to everyone for showing up and making it what it was, making it such a great experience. All the teams, all done now. Show match was great. You couldn't have asked for too much more in that grand final. You said it yourself. You think it was the best one you've seen?
I think so.
Yeah?
But I do want the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I would ask for the tiebreaker, you know what I mean? I think tiebreaker, Siegfried line, that would have been sick.
That would have been sick.
First season with Siegfried line in, it's the tiebreaker map, there's the history between these 2 teams on it as well. It would have been such a great story, but alas, not to be.
Next season.
Yep.
Next season. Well, I think that just about sums it up, unless we're waiting for the replays still. I don't know if we're waiting for that at all or if we're just done and dusted. So I'm going to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. Thank you to all of the sponsors for Season 5 here on the ANZPL. Thank you too for doing such a great job today. Killed it on the cast. And thank you all for watching. We're going to see you next season. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your Saturday night. And congratulations once again to the Sentinels for taking out Season 5.